Okay, dear chess friends, welcome to the live commentary of the round number 4 of European Youth Chess Championship 2024 that is played in Prague. My name is Martin Petr. I am here with Lucie Fizerova,
Hello,
our young
everyone.
talented player. Hello, Lucia.
Hello.
And we hope you will enjoy a nice afternoon with chess. We have plenty of games because in Prague there are more than 1,200 players and we have more than 200 online DGT boards. And as I can see from the playing hall, the games already started. We may start with the category girls under 18, and we also have them on the camera. Um, there is the highest seeded player from Israel, Noga Orian. She won all 3 games, and now she is black. And Lucia, it's your category, right? You could play under 18.
Yeah, actually, I could. Yeah. I mean,
Do
I actually played against the girl that plays with white pieces, Deaxala Emilia, this year in on the Mid Tropa Cup. So yeah.
did you won?
No, unfortunately not. But
Okay. The games just started, so we see only the first few moves. And Black is already thinking for some time. So it can mean that she is surprised somewhat, maybe, by the variation that White chose. It's the Bishop b5 variation in the Sicilian. Uh, I think it's a calm variation in the majority of the lines, but we will see how Black reacts. So Black is thinking now. Um, there are,
yeah,
of course, plenty of possibilities, Lucia.
yeah. I mean, this version is really, really good. I actually played myself, so this game is gonna be pretty interesting, I would say.
Okay.
I mean, what else can we say? We can move on to the next game, I think. And
Mhm.
this round's going to be interesting because a lot of Czech players are actually playing on the first boards. And one of them is Barbora Tykalova in G10, the category girls under 10 years old. And yeah, I mean, we can have a look at that game.
Yeah, I think these girls they play it faster than the older categories.
Yeah, we're going to
Here,
have to talk really fast to keep up with them.
and you told me, Lucia, before our stream that you also have sister that she plays chess and she plays with Barbara, right?
Yeah, they're the same age, so yeah, we're actually quite a big chess family. Both my siblings play, sister and brother. So yeah, I actually know Barbara really well because she plays against my sister really often. So I'm excited to see her so high in the tournament, and hopefully she'll end up on the highest rank. So
Is it a surprise for you that she has 3 out of 3?
actually, no, I think she's pretty talented. So I'm not surprised. I'm really happy, but not surprised.
Yeah, okay. As I can see, they are playing some sort of bishop b5, the Spanish Rui Lopez. Uh, but after bishop e7, well, at least I think the standard line is rook e1, but white played c3. And to be honest, I know nothing about this line. Uh, I don't know. What do you think, Lucia?
I mean, me neither. But I think it's okay, right? It doesn't seem like a mistake or whatever. So I
Yeah,
mean, it looks fine.
yeah, actually. Why is that not played more often? I don't know. I don't know. I got caught in the opening, but it was not a surprise for Barbara because she reacted very quickly, played b5, and now after bishop c2, she played d6 with no worries. So yeah, maybe it's just a different line. I don't see any problem for white, and also don't I don't see any problem for black.
I mean, the opening is usually not the most important part, especially in this category. So I don't think this will be the biggest factor of this game, but we'll see. Maybe it will.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Especially after h3 move, which is somewhat timid, let's say. I would expect something like a4, maybe
Yeah, I
attacking
mean,
the queen side
also play
immediately.
really often, right? In order to um, secure the d4, you know, not keep the g4 square for the bishop. So I mean, it looks pretty solid so far.
Yeah, it's normal. And Barbara, she is not interested in anything special, and she just castled, which is probably a good idea. So yeah, it seems like a calm game.
Yeah.
Actually, this is not the youngest category. It's under 10, and we also have category under 8. Usually, the games end pretty quickly there. After short castle, yeah, I think. I mean, I apologize to the viewers that I don't know the theory in Ruy Lopez already on the move number 6 because I've never played actually e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. But I mean, the move rook e1 is useful anyway. And here in this position, I mean, white played d4, but the move rook e1 is expected anyway. So I think it's not such a big difference. Uh, but actually, I like White's approach. It's a small little surprise for Black. I will turn on the computer a little bit because in situations where I don't know, I usually turn on the computer uh, because it can help me a little bit. And yeah, I actually expected that the computer says that knight takes e4 is already slightly better for black, and it should have been played because otherwise everybody would play c3 in this variation because it's sort of saves a tempo a little bit on this rook e1 move. So it was kind of principled. And in older categories, for example, under 18, a black player, if he does not know c3, uh, he would definitely consider knight takes e4 pretty seriously.
Yeah.
But of course, against a preparation, it's a risky idea, but it seems that it works. Of course, white can regain the pawn by taking the knight and then taking the pawn on e5, but that's completely okay for black. And if white moves the rook to e1, then knight c5, immediately attacking this bishop. So yeah, this position is completely okay for black. It's also playable for white, especially under 10, under 10 years old. But yeah, the pawn could have been taken, and it should have been taken. I just wanted to check with the computer because I didn't want to say any stupid things. And in this position, Barbara is thinking, and it's good that she's thinking because it's actually not easy. Usually, white in Spanish, um, uh, there are when white plays d4, there are possibilities with knight a5 or he takes d4, and now the bishop is already on c2. It's somewhat non-standard position. So yeah, it's worth thinking. I think bishop b7 could have been played, but bishop d7, what Barbara did, it tells us that she has no worries at all. And she's going to play normal moves, and we will see what happens next. Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I mean, as I said earlier, I don't think the opening is gonna be the most important part. So I don't see any problem with everything that happened. But on the other hand, in the other categories, especially in the open one, the openings can be really important factor of the game. So I think we can move on to another Czech player who is also really high in the tournament. That's Stalmach Richard in the
Hmm.
category Open under 18. He's
Okay.
playing on the board number 3
Board
against
number
Greek
3,
player.
under 18. I
Yeah.
will try to get there. Uh, yeah, funny thing in the position that we see on the board, the best move according to the computer is Rook E1 anyway. So yeah, uh, that's something that tells us that nothing too big is happening. So I will put there Richard Stalmach. He has 3 out of 3, which is great. I think he is somewhere around number 6 seeded or something like that.
Number 7, yeah.
Number 7.
Hmm.
And he played Sicilian. I mean, he is a fan of main variations, which is good. He has a very good knowledge of everything. Of course, on this level, Sicilian is somewhat risky, and I remember many games where Richard had problems in the opening, especially against 2,600 players. But yeah, I mean, also many games where he won very nicely with black, so it happens in a Sicilian. And the line White chose is also uh, a little bit, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it seems like a draw offer.
Oh,
If,
it's not that dynamic as
yeah.
other lines White can choose. But I mean, I would be scared to play anything dynamic against Risha, of course. So I
Aha,
completely
okay.
understand the White that he chose something more calm
Hmm.
because I know Risha really well. We're friends.
Hmm.
So I absolutely understand why the White's choices. So
Hmm. Uh, yeah, so bishop d7, bishop takes d7. So you mean that's strategy of White that he wants to get some calm position, right?
yeah, I would say so. Of course, I cannot know, but I mean that would be the thing I would go for if I was him. So yeah,
Hmm.
sure, it looks like it by the choice of opening. So
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. The main line in my times, a few years ago when I played chess more actively, the main line I think was queen takes d7. But actually, I remember also many games with knight takes d7. It may seem like a small difference, but already in this category under 18, it can play a huge role on the next course of the game, because when you take with the queen, white usually somehow gets c4 in, and it's Marozzi kind of structure.
yeah,
Uh, on the other hand, okay, maybe castle first. Uh,
I
on the
mean
other hand, with
c4
knight
is
takes.
also playable. I play this line and c4 is also playable really
Mhm.
well.
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
can just play queen e2 and move the knights to the d5 square maybe. It depends how exactly black chooses to continue in this position. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to point out that in the category under 16 boys or open category, there's already a result on the first board, which is kind of surprising since we started 15 minutes ago. We can have a look at that. It's quick draw, but I mean, interesting choice, having draw in such an early stage of the tournament.
Yeah. We have that on one of the cameras. So the camera does not really matter that much. I will put
I
it
mean, then they're
in
probably
there.
not there anymore, so I don't think we need a camera. But they just,
Yeah,
I don't know, I'm pretty surprised because I don't know, like it's the beginning of a tournament and to play such a quick draw. It's interesting decision, you know. Do you see the game already?
yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
It's just some sort of a Petrov. Um, Usually they play d4, but White decided to play Queen e2, and this is the normal line. But Black offered a draw, and White accepted. Yeah, and as you said, Lucia, this is a little bit surprising
Yeah,
because I would expect this game in some senior championship above 65, round number
definitely.
eight,
Yeah.
in round number eight, and then it would be completely understandable. But yeah, come on, they are still young and they need to fight. I mean, for both players, this is some sort of a, I mean, even a bad decision because I know White is a little bit weaker and maybe he was satisfied with a draw, but come on. Uh, yeah,
I
by
mean,
playing this game, they are not going to improve. Yeah.
yeah, I mean the I would say the draw offer came much earlier than after Queen takes e2. It actually came after knight f6, I would say, because you know I was expecting the Turkish player to really fight because his starting rank is 3, I think. So
Mhm.
I was expecting him to fight, and I'm pretty surprised, you know, because you do not play Petrov variation if you want to win, I would say.
Well, it
But I mean,
depends
there,
also.
yeah, of course, but there are more dynamic positions you can choose, where you can overplay, for example, weaker players, if we can call that. So, I mean, yeah, interesting choice.
Well, I mean, it pretty much depends on your opponent and on your own style. I mean, imagine that on the black side there is Magnus Carlsen, and he would definitely play this position for a win, and he would win very easily against White here.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's
So,
true. But
but Black didn't want to fight, and that's it. Just offered a draw. We have no Sofia rules here in the European Youth Chess Championship.
and do you
Mm,
think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
well, we have like 200 games to follow, so I
Okay.
I don't mind that one of them ended in a quick draw. You know, in a top tournament where you have like 5 games and everybody's watching, or all the world is watching, then it's bad to have a quick draw. This quick draw, I think it's bad mainly for these players. I mean, we can follow other games, so
Yeah.
I don't mind that much. But
I
yeah,
wasn't talking
oh,
about this specific game. I was talking about the Sophian world in general. Like, do you think it's a good choice to have it or not on a tournament?
yeah, I think it depends on the tournament. Yeah, for example, for the tournaments with online boards and some live commentary, I think it's definitely good. I think it's needed. For I don't know, local club tournament. I mean, it's not necessary. Uh, yeah, uh, but it could be also here. But I don't want to criticize the player too much because there can be
Of
also
course, yeah.
another reason. Yeah, I mean, maybe Black was feeling sick. I also remember some games of Magnus where they ended very quickly, and he is like the most fighting guy there. So there can
Yeah.
be other reasons, of course. So we don't know that. Okay. Okay, what do you think? We return to the previous games because we have many more moves, and we have some games on the camera, which is also the case with girls number under 18, board number one. Uh, this is actually the opening I play. Uh, there are many possibilities how to react on g6. That is the main line. The first important choice is here because you need to decide whether you take the knight on c6 or not. And black can decide to take with the d pawn or to take with the b pawn. Castling is the other main line. You can also take on c6 in the future, which actually happened in the game. That's the reason why I'm talking about this. But usually, not in all variations, after bishop takes c6, white needs short castle and rook e1. So taking later, it has some advantages and some disadvantages. Black reacted with knight f6, which is pretty normal. And now you can play c3. And also you can play e5 like in the game. But this is actually not considered to be dangerous variation. So I'm a little bit surprised by the choice of white. Maybe it's some kind of a preparation because we can see the clock and white is playing very fast and black already spent some time. Knight c7, bishop takes, d takes, d3, and bishop g4. Actually, on the move d3, no, now after bishop g4, white is thinking already for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I play this line also. I actually think I played this with white pieces against Emilia, but I'm not really sure. But I think so. And yeah, I don't think bishop g4 is the main line. So maybe that's why she spent more time thinking about her, or she's spending more time thinking about her next move. Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
there's pretty interesting game also on board number 4 with Kapelkova Greta.
Okay, we will
Maybe
do
we can
that.
have a look at that.
I just say that from my point of view, actually, I would expect h3 here, stopping bishop g4. So I don't know the theory, but I think bishop g4 is kind of a logical move.
Yeah.
But yeah, it may give up the bishop pair after h3, which is, I mean, it would be like the only move I would consider. So I don't know why it's not on the board yet. Anyway, in this position, then black has some sort of knight e6 plan, then knight d4. And yeah, I think it's okay for black. So I think this move bishop g4 is kind of normal. And I'm surprised that white is thinking here because I would expect her to think here. But maybe d3 was her preparation. But then black plays something else according to the computer, which is quite possible. But this bishop g4 move, it looks quite normal to me. Okay, I move to the board number 4, as you suggested, Lucia. Oh, interesting. You are a fan of b3 lines?
Well, I wouldn't say a fan of B3 lines, but I mean, they're pretty interesting, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. Non-standard positions usually.
Yeah.
So bishop, but this is against the Sicilian, uh, and Sicilian with e6. That's the best. I mean, your best chance to play b3 against the Sicilian because against d6 it's usually not that good because pretty soon black is going to play e5 and he's going to shut down your bishop on b2. But with e6, of course, there are also plans connected with e5, and it's pretty possible to play it, for example, right now. But it's connected with a loss of a tempo, and you are black, you are losing a tempo, so that's something you don't want to do. So against e6 Sicilian, b3 is actually kind of logical. But yeah, I do remember some ideas like knight c6 here. I don't know whether white wants to go d4 or not. It depends on the white player. But there are also ideas like, yeah, this is possible. This is possible. Without, yeah, this is possible. Without knight c6, after knight f6, e5 is actually quite logical, and it was still a preparation of Greta, the player that has white from Slovakia, and she is an underdog against Maria Szczekanska from Poland. That is a favorite in this game. Well, I think basically it's a good strategy to play actively right from the start when you are an underdog, but you have white pieces. So I actually quite like White's approach. And yes, somewhat I do believe that knight c6 is a little bit, maybe even better. I think because here after knight takes e5, black was already forced to go a6 first, and then she can develop the knight. A6 is aimed to protect the b5 square. It's another uh, loss of time. It's your kind of position, Lucia. Suggest some move here.
My kind of position.
Yeah, you are
Oh,
an attacking player now.
well, I mean, it depends on the position, but this wouldn't be the opening I would choose, definitely. I
Uh-huh.
mean, F4 looks pretty solid, but I don't think I would play that. I would just simply develop the rest of the pieces, castle. I mean, yeah, it looks interesting, but I don't think I would play it.
Uh-huh. Okay. I return here just to check briefly. Knight f6 is normal. Knight c6 is also normal, and then d4 is the main line. I just wanted to check with the computer whether I'm not saying any nonsense. A6 is also normal. But yeah, I would consider the move that computer is suggesting, and it's the move knight a3, because I need to develop. That would be my first choice. Also, I know that in this kind of lines, they also put the bishop on d3 usually, and white wants to start an attack on the king side. This can be a very interesting game, so we will follow that.
Yeah, but I
Uh,
mean, knight a3 looks fine, but as we can see, Greta didn't spend much time thinking about f4. Is that right? I think she played it really quickly, so I think that's still a preparation of hers because I know her actually, and I think her preparations are always really good. So, I mean, yeah,
mhm.
it looks really
Okay.
interesting. I think this game's gonna be a lot of fun.
Okay. Your colleague from Slovakia, right?
Yeah, we actually know each other quite a lot because we used to work with the same coach. So we used to travel to a
Ah,
lot of tournaments together. I know a lot of kids from Slovakia. I don't know for the international listeners, it's actually pretty common for Czech and Slovakian kids to, for example, live together on tournaments or especially on the international ones. So I mean, a lot of us know each other across these two federations. So yeah, I'm definitely rooting for Slovakian guys also. So yeah, it's gonna be fun watching them.
yeah. We have common language almost. Yeah. How is
Yeah,
it with your generation? You still understand Slovakian language?
I mean, it's really hard to generalize it. Gener oh, you do understand me?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I do because I spend a lot of time with Slovakian friends and like in general in Slovakia. But I don't know what about other kids, other other people from my generation, as you said. I mean, yeah, it's not so hard to understand Slovakian language, right? So
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty
yeah,
similar.
but we also have common history and everything. So I mean, we're really close. So yeah, it's fun watching those two federations fight against each other in the tournaments. So we'll see what federation will do better this year.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's some sort of rivalry.
Yeah, actually,
Slovakian
yeah.
Federation. Also, they brought a lot of players to Prague, which is nice. Uh,
Yeah.
I I put there some moves that would pop in my head. It's like b5, queen f3, rook h7, maybe, and they are the best according to the computer. With a small edge for white, actually. And the computer is suggesting the move a4, which I think is not going to happen in a game because I think white wants to do long castle and attack on the king side. But okay, we will see. Yeah, yeah, that's a game we should return at. During my first commentary, I mostly commented on Vašík Finěk uh, and uh, and Joachim Nemec. Actually, Joachim lost 2 games in a row, so I don't know whether he is online or not. But we can maybe check under 14 category in the future. But today, we can also focus on girls, which is quite nice. Actually, I like the games of girls because usually they are more fighting than the boys' games. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's just my feeling. And we could see that on that under 16 category, right? Boys, they made a draw in 8 moves. I think it will never happen in a girls game. Anyway, uh, let's return to Barbora because I think this game uh, is gonna be quicker than the others. And I like that Barbara was thinking for 10 minutes or so because in this category it's important to start good habits and to start think on chess. That's the most important part of improving, I think, because
Yeah, you're definitely right.
many of these young kids they just blitz out every move and they make stupid mistakes, and slowing down is the most important way how we can improve at this age. Well, a5, a3, it's actually quite interesting. Um, I think this move is designed to protect b4 square because actually from some grandmaster game this is pretty standard plan for black. And a3 is kind of a useful move. And Barbara reacted by playing a4, which I also quite like. So yeah, I kind of like this game. They are playing it very logically. And also, black creates a square on a5 for her knight. Uh, well, I think the most principled move is knight bd2, of course, or a4 that I suggested earlier, but a3 is not a problem. And a4 is, according to the computer, the best move. Okay. And yeah, I mean, knight bd2 would be a standard move with a small edge for white, but white decided to take on e5. Okay. I mean, I would not expect such a positional strategical game in this category, but here we are.
Yeah, on the other hand, we're in the on the top birds in this category, so just expecting some blunders. I don't think hopefully that's not gonna happen in here. I think we'll see really, really good games here. I mean, their ratings are not that low, so I think these
Yeah,
games
that's
are gonna be pretty interesting.
yeah, but so far the opening from black is pretty logical. I think Barbara is in a good form. I like her moves. This bishop d7 is not the first line according to the computer, but connected with this a5 plan, it's quite okay. I like this. And white reacted in somewhat passive manner. The a3 move and with this d takes e5, I don't like it that much. So the opening went well for our player. Okay, let's go forward. Okay, this is the highest boys category. We stopped that somewhere around here. Rook e1, g6, c3, and d4, which is, I think, still a theory. And it's also a theory for Richard because he made short castle very quickly. And White thought for a very long time on the move h3, which is kind of normal, this position. It's some sort of a useful move. But on the other hand, I think the opening went well for black, but I don't know where the preparation for white got wrong, because he decided to play this line, bishop takes d7 and knight takes d7 is like one of the main moves. And then, of course, there is a possibility to develop by playing e6, which is actually a normal line, and maybe I think a main line here, and then bishop e7, and white usually goes d4 in the future. But okay, come on, g6 is a pretty normal move, and then already white was out of his preparation. So I think it was very clever play by Richard Stalmach, because somehow he was able to get white out of his book, which is, the most important thing these days. Because when you play against a computer, it doesn't make any sense. So you need to do something that your opponent doesn't know. That's the most important factor in the opening. Somewhat uh, yeah, Richard was able to do that by normal moves, which is actually the best thing it can happen in the opening. Rook c8, and now after some thinking, White decided to go d5. Yeah, it should be okay for black, no?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty solid. So, yeah, Risha has a lot of time, so he's probably comfortable in this position. So, I mean, it's gonna be a long game, but we'll see what's gonna happen. You were talking about Vasik Finek, and in his category, there's also Jafka playing. And actually, this round he's on a higher board than Finek, so we can maybe take a look at those two games.
Yeah, you mean other Czech player Delger Dalai Bayar
Yeah.
called Javcha. I will go there. I will go there. I just wanted to find some plan for Risha Stalmach, because it's actually after 10 moves, it's pretty non-standard position, which is always nice to have that in chess these days. But anyway, it has time. So, and that's a position, interesting one. So here is our Jaffa. He is a favorite in this game, which is somewhat surprising to me, because he has 3 out of 3, and still he's a rating favorite. And then they play some sort of a very strange Catalan. It transposed from the English opening, and now Black played e6, which is pretty normal, and White played short castle. Maybe Black got confused somewhat. Maybe he wanted to do some other opening. Usually, Black plays c5 in this line, but d5 is also normal. But then White played d4, transposing to some sort of a Catalan. Maybe our Jaffa didn't expect that, and White was still in his preparation. But I think d takes c4 is pretty normal reaction. But yeah, that's a bad thing because White is continuing his quick play, and that's something you don't want to happen in your game.
Yeah,
That
actually, we were discussing that a lot yesterday with Sergey, that this time you spend on each move can really affect the result or the end games and whatever, because you don't have obviously the bonus time after the 40th move. So yeah, I think Javka should be really careful with how much time he spends now, because he's already in a big disadvantage, I would say. He has 20 minutes less, so yeah, we'll see, but he definitely has to be careful with the time.
this this is gonna be tough for him. That's exactly the situation you don't want to happen these days when you play against a young opponent with normal rating and you fell into his preparation. It's just a nightmare. So, but you need to focus and fight. that's, that's only two things I would advise for Black, because what to do? You need to focus and fight. And yeah, hope that the preparation of your opponent was not that deep enough, because otherwise it would be just a disaster. Uh, the computer is actually liking Black's position. That's a good sign. It can also be a bluff from White, playing quickly, even he may not know the position, but usually that's not the case. Only with some weird guys that you know anyway. Usually, when people play such a quick opening, they are in a preparation. Uh, but after a4, black can play a6, which is the most logical move, and now computer is somewhat stuck, uh, considering queen c2 to be the best move, which is not that dangerous for black. Somehow I think that d takes c4 was a good idea, but yeah, I would consider queen a4 here, transposing to some kind of a normal structure. Black is also fine here. White can do knight e5, takes, and black will push c5 here in this kind of position. Black is okay, but it's somewhat better for white. I mean, you will get slightly better in game, and it would be good. But after knight bd2, I think Jafka reacted well with b5, and now he needs to find this move a6, stabilizing the queen side. And I think in the future, white will go b3, and then it will be a pure pawn sacrifice. And he will hope to apply some pressure on the c file. Let's imagine variation like this, b3 and knight takes b3, to apply some pressure on the c file. Knight c5, white needs to block the c5 move. But I think that this position should be, yeah, more than okay for black. So we some somewhat we got into our opponent's preparation, but for me it looks like a half bluff. I mean, there is no special worry for black in this position. I think a4 and now a6. It should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, looks pretty normal. So we're gonna probably have to wait for some action to happen.
Okay, let's move to the Vashik's game, because he plays on board number 7, but it's only due to one draw, so two and a half out of three. It's pretty normal, and of course he is a favorite in this game, but he will be the favorite in all his games here because he is top seeded in under 14 category. And Vashik sacrificed a pawn. Okay, there are no queens. This is also some kind of a weird Catalan with knight c6. Okay, maybe that's just weird for me, right? I don't know. Uh, yeah, no, but this is one of the main variations. Only I don't know that properly. Somehow I think they go queen a4 here. Usually.
I
Taking
mean,
this one.
it's possible I don't play this opening for either side, so I'm not the one to talk here.
Now, Lucia, but we will excel in the middle game, right? The opening phase, it's difficult for us.
Yeah.
Vasík is white, and he played the move a4 after 7 minutes. So, yeah, it was not his preparation, sadly. So, they are on their own here. Very difficult position. But yeah, a4 is logical, b6 is logical. And now he played knight e5, allowing black to go into the in-game. Interesting. The in-game should be okay for black, but on the other hand, it's also playable for white, a pretty non-standard position. The computer says, yeah, it's a little bit better for black, but that does not mean anything big. And yeah, the computer shows that queen a4 is the main line. I hope that this was not the case of just forgetting to play queen a4, because maybe Vasík played short castle pretty quickly, and after rook b8 he realized that he forgot to play queen a4. That would be a yeah unfortunate course of events, because then he spent 7 minutes on a4, which is usually now in this position is admitting that something went wrong. Okay, knight c3, b5, and knight e5 now is some sort of a main variation. I do remember that it continues for a long time with some equal position. So maybe it's better to play a4 and get your opponent out of book. But this in game should be okay for black. You can take the pawn back, but then this bishop will become a monster. So you don't want to do that with white. Taking here, it would be a positional mistake, I think, because this bishop has no opposition. So that's the reason why Vasík went knight c3, which is good, I think. And his opponent reacted by playing c6, which is also good. And now knight e4, trying to get some compensation with this d6 square, but yeah, sadly I don't like this. On the other hand, it's a very difficult position for both sides. Computer suggesting a5 here. This one is a strong move. I like it very much because it creates a6 safe haven for the bishop, protecting the c4 pawn. If you don't play this move, white will always have a5 ideas, which actually is the move that can follow immediately. A5 is a logical plan for white. So now a5, this is a very strong move from the computer. I hope it will not happen because that would be already a bad sign for white. A5 with already an advantage for black. Oh, let's say okay. Where do we move now? Where do we
I
move?
think we can go back to look at Barbara's game because she actually played pretty interesting move and I wanted to show you. So again, back to under 10 category, girls category.
Somehow I don't have this move.
I mean,
Oh, okay, okay. Oh,
she
sorry.
played Rook A6, which I think is pretty interesting to see, especially in this category. You know, probably trying to move the Rook to the G6 square or something and start some kind of attack on the queen on the king side. I mean, it's pretty interesting to see, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Barbara, she's in a good form. If she continues like this, then it can be a very interesting tournament for Czech fans. I will tell you what is the idea. She wants to sacrifice on h3.
Oh, sacrifice the rook. I was thinking about moving the rook to g6 and then taking on h3 with the bishop actually, but maybe she wants to sacrifice the rook.
No, no, no. She wants to sacrifice the bishop now on h3, and
Oh,
then
now.
then
Okay.
transferring the rook to g6. Yeah,
Yeah, but she
but
still has to deal with the knight on f6, right?
yeah, she may want to throw the knight out of the window. Okay, white play the knight f3, and of course, computer is suggesting something like protecting this pawn. This is actually playable, and I think it may happen. Problem is that after bishop takes, she takes, queen takes, white is going to take this pawn. Otherwise, it would be kind of okay. But yeah, this is pretty annoying because it blocks the g6 square from the rook, and that's a problem. That's why the plan is not working, and maybe it was better to play some normal move. This one actually looks quite nice with the idea of knight d6 then,
Well, bishop
fighting
d6
for
was
this
played.
square. Yeah. So she decided that the sacrifice does not work, and she played bishop d6 instead, protecting the pawn, which is actually quite normal decision. But yeah, I think she wanted to sacrifice, so this is not something she wanted, this bishop d6 move, because it blocks the rook.
Yeah.
So it's just some sort of a sad development. Now white can play bishop g5, creating some problems for Barbora. And after, yeah, I would say a bad opening from white. I think after knight d2 and knight f3, she survived the worst. And yeah, sadly, she can be better here because black pieces are not coordinated. They are focusing on h3. And without this sacrifice, where is the other plan?
Yeah, I mean, after bishop d6, the rook on a6 looks kind of awkward. So, yeah, this is definitely not what black wanted. But hopefully she'll
I
somehow
think
figure it out.
maybe, yeah. Maybe I think knight h5 can happen. This is pretty standard move, and also knight takes e5 is a standard reaction. But this can be a way how we can free our pieces because now we have the g6 square for the other rook. We may go there, but we may also start with rook e8. And computer is showing something like plus 0.5, which is nothing in this category, and also in higher categories. When you get position that you like, it's more important than such a small edge. But I don't know, yeah, because white has also this possibility f4. I think it's not enough compensation. So, for example, after rook g6, well, the computer is suggesting king f1.
Oh,
That's
I
not
don't think
going
that
to
would be played.
happen. No. Uh, f4. And it's already better for black. As you can see, computers are much better than human grandmasters. Now f6. Oh my. And now the best move is rook ad1. Yeah, things got ugly pretty quickly, and I think if I can suggest something to Barbara after bishop g5, oh, bishop g5 is not on the board, but I think that's going to happen. I would suggest knight h5. And then if white takes, which is the most principled reaction, at least we got the rook where we want the rook. And now f4 would happen, I think, like with 90% of probability. And then we counter it by playing f6. This is very difficult, but it's much easier to play for black than with white. So yeah, fingers crossed that this will happen. Because if white does not react on knight h5, then it's difficult to suggest a move. Of course, rook ad1 would be the most natural choice, and it's also quite okay. But yeah, also quite okay. This is possible because I wanted to somehow join the attack with the knight, but if I go here, you just take, and this is bad for black. You go e5 now, and this is completely bad. So yeah, you can play rook ad1, not paying attention to my illusory threats, because here after sacrifice you can play knight h2 calmly. I would like to go rook g6, but I can't. It's against the rules. And if I lose another tempo, then something like this, and this is not going to end well for black. Oh, but this is nice. Oh my. Oh my. This is the first line of the computer. Crazy. You know, Lucia, they are so strong these days. When I was your age, I was happier. There were no such strong computers. This is crazy. Okay, in the game, bishop d3 happened, so nothing like we analyzed before. Oh, she went c6.
Yeah, do you like that
You
move?
know, um, one of my trainers, actually my main trainer, his name was Eugene Goncior. He often created funny stories, and he he tried to teach me about the piece activity. That you need to imagine that the pieces are alive, that they are living, and you need to be kind to them, and then they will cooperate and they will create nice combinations and everything. Because when you are not kind to your pieces, then they will go mad, they will be mad at you, and the tactics will not work for you. And now I think this rook is pretty mad. She is very sad now on a6, and you need to activate it somehow, because otherwise the tactics will not work for you. Uh, and I think it was true. It's some kind of a child point of view, but it's true actually. In a chess game, you need all the pieces, and when you put rook on a6 and then you play c6 and you stuck the rook here on a6, then yeah, you will have problems on the other side with the piece coordination, and now already black is under pressure, I think, because of this rook. Yeah, but we will not give up, okay?
Yeah.
I think,
I mean,
I
we'll see
think
what's gonna happen. It's
yeah.
definitely still gonna be a pretty interesting game, but yeah, so far it doesn't look too good. But well, that's
So
okay.
you liked this move rook a6, but after a c6 you are also sad, right?
Well, already bishop d6 looked pretty
Yeah.
weird, I would say, or at least questionable. And now after c6, it doesn't look really good. But still, I don't think she's worse or anything. So we'll see what's gonna happen. Actually, I found really interesting game in the category girls under 14,
Mm-hmm.
the board number 4. So we can maybe have a look at that.
Okay, I will jump there. Girls under 14, board number 4. You mean the French girl playing black, Ines Bernard?
hmm I mean, at least to me, it looked pretty interesting.
Okay, and I would like to thank all of you for watching us. If you want to give us some tips, what we should analyze, what we shouldn't miss, then don't be afraid to share it in the chat of YouTube, especially during the breaks. We can then react on it. Okay, that's the girls category under 14. We also have one player there. We will maybe try to analyze that later. This opening is somewhat risky for black because, of course, black is not protecting the e4 square, so now the move e4 is completely possible. But white did not play that. She played that a little bit later, and now it should be better for white, at least according to my
Here
knowledge.
also, instead of knight f3, f4 is playable, right?
Yeah, knight e2 or f4 immediately. Yeah, I think that would be a good move. Yeah, I will also continue like
Yeah,
that.
it looks really, really good. Like all those pawns in the center. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but white was playing very quickly. I mean, she spent like 2 minutes on this move, so maybe she did not consider any alternatives. E5, short castle, e5. Yeah, that's the move we would stop by playing f4, or almost
Yeah.
stop. It would be much more difficult for black to play e5. Now rook d1, that looks very strange to me, but she's trying to put some pressure on the d file, I guess. Oh my, this was the idea. I like this very much. She created this by herself. Very nice. Maybe black underestimated this because otherwise she would go something like queen e7, I think, instead of short castle. But that would be a completely different game. White can play something like knight h4, maybe, I don't know. Very difficult position. Short castle, and now c5. I like this move very much. It's wonderful. B takes c5. Okay, the idea behind the move c5 is to open the position for the bishop pair. White is sacrificing a pawn, but okay, it's just a pawn, and c7, c5 doesn't look too good. So this is a typical idea. The position should be around equal if black is able to counter white threats along the d file, and I'm really missing some move with the queen. I mean, the queen on d8 is badly placed. So I think black got under pressure, but she reacted by playing c4, and I like this move very much. As I told you, I like analyzing girls' games. I mean, oh, wonderful. I would never go into such mess for both sides. And yeah, at least to my eye, it actually objectively good from both sides. I like this move very much. I will check with the computer. Yeah, I mean, knight h4 here is the best move according to the computer. That's what I suggested. But c5 is completely okay. This is the main line, the best move, and c4 is the best move. So it's no coincidence I liked this approach. Also, to my eyes, this is wonderful from both sides. I like this game very much. So thank you for the tip, because this is wonderful. I mean, because black was under pressure. For example, if you take with a pawn on e5, you can do this. There is no immediate danger, but white has very nice compensation uh, due to this d file. Computer suggesting something like knight d2 with an equal play. Then you can play a4, uh, and you have two bishops. This bishop is strong, and this is also gonna be strong. But yeah, it's playable. But I like c4 more because it's more active. And for example, if white takes here, then it's already good for black. I will turn off the computer again because now it's a fork to the knight, and white has big problems here. For example, after a logical move of queen e2, I just take and then I take on e5. And I am a pawn up with no problems. So that's why Sonia took on f6, which is actually a reasonable decision, but then black was able to capture one of white's bishops and then to capture the pawn on f6. And also here black has no problems. I would even pick black in this position. So according to the computer, all moves were equal. Here it was possible to take on e5, but from a human's point of view, c4 is wonderful. I like this very much. Then we got into a position which can be better for black, but also objectively I think it's equal. White is trying to put her bishop on d4. I think should end in a draw now. We will see. Then maybe we can join the game of Daniela Kožušníková, which is a Czech player, a small surprise here in this category because she is playing a very good tournament. Uh, so now she has board number 6. And it was a normal Petrov. Knight takes e5, d6, d4. This is the main line of everything. And now c4, knight b4, bishop e2. I was playing that when I was young. Okay, there are other lines here, but I don't want to delve too much into the theory. This is considered to be slightly better for white, but completely playable. Knight e5. White is playing with an isolated pawn in a good version because white has control of the e file, under control this square. So white will try to develop quickly and then attack the king side. But black is not without its chances because the blockade of the d4 pawn is very well protected. The development is normal. Black is somewhat under pressure, but it's a playable position. Okay, Lucia, we may have our first break, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. We will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you for joining us again. Here is Martin Petr together with Lucia Fizerova, and we are commenting on European Youth Chess Championship 2024 that is taking place in Prague right now. And you should see the category girls under 18 on the camera. And we had that game online before the break. Okay, Luce, are you rooting for the white player since you know her, or you don't care here on the first
Well,
board?
I wouldn't say I know her. I played against her once, and we didn't even had a chance to talk. I mean, I'm rooting for Czech and Slovak players, especially. I mean, that we have in common. And other than that, I mean, I hope the best will win, and that's the only thing I care about.
I
So,
also care about interesting games, and we had some of them during our first hour of the commentary, and I hope we will have many interesting moments in the next part of our commentary. Okay, anyway, bishop g4, we had that on the board, and I suggested h3 with that actually happened. Takes and knight e6. I think this game is around equal. I can remind our viewers that black is a favorite here. Oriana Noga, she has 3 out of 3. She is the main favorite under 18. So yeah, Noga survived the opening very well, and I think this one should be okay for black. Black has this square for the knight, but on the other hand, white has some slight pressure on the king side against the king because the e5 pawn is advanced, but also it can be a weakness. And for example, now black can, of course, consider taking the pawn, and that would lead to some sort of a complications. I don't know, actually. I would consider this move seriously. And according to the computer, it's possible. I'm not that stupid. That's good. It shows that black should have an advantage here. Yeah, I don't know why black didn't take the pawn. Maybe she thought that she will have a good position also after queen d5, which may be true actually. But yeah, I would consider taking this pawn seriously. And from white's point of view, I don't know why to sacrifice this pawn. I think it was not necessary. I think bishop f4 is playable. Don't know. Of course, knight d4 can happen, but then I go back with the queen and I have no problems. Anyway, queen d5, and they went straight into the in game. That is fine for black, but also it could have been worse for white than this. Rook d5, king f1, and now that's a nice trick because bishop takes e5. Then white could continue with c4, winning a piece. So the pawn is untouchable. It could have been taken earlier, but not now. So black reacted with b5. I think it's normal. And this position should be around equal. And computer is confirming my evaluation. Slightly better for black, but nothing too big is happening. In this category, we also followed the game of Greta Kapolková, our Slovakian colleague. It was interesting mainly due to the opening. White played b3 and bishop b2 against black Sicilian, and here we analyzed b5 for some time, but queen c7 happened, which is also normal. Queen f3 we had on the board. And I think white won an opening battle because she has a nice position, attacking position, and black is somewhat under pressure. After short castle, she went long castle, which I expected. And now after knight bd7, I don't know. I would also consider bishop d3 seriously here. Or g4, yeah, g4. Best move according to the computer, and white has nice compensation and nice pressure on the king side. I think the pawn even cannot be taken. This would lead to very bad situation for black. I mean, these bishops are monsters. Very nice attack. So it's a little bit sad that white did not go for this and she went rook e1 instead, because I don't like this move at all. It's losing whole tempo and gaining nothing. So yeah, but it may not be that decisive factor. I don't know. Mainly due to the next move of black, because this one I don't like at all. Oh, but it did not happen. Sorry. Lucia, what's the actual position here in the game?
Give me a second, I can check. Uh, yeah, the actual position is way different from the one you have. Please put
Oh,
it
I will
straight.
go back and then I think it will
Yeah.
repair. Oh, I see. Now. Okay. It repaired somehow. Yeah. Black should have played b5 here in this position. It's a typical idea because when you take the rook, then I go bishop b7 and rook a8. And it's two rooks for the queen. For a human, it can be difficult to decide for this because usually you consider two rooks being better than the queen. But this is the typical situation where the queen is at least equal to the rooks. The reason is that white lost some time by taking on a8 and taking all the rooks, and black got a very nice bishop on the long diagonal. So all black pieces are active, and the white rooks are currently doing nothing. So I'm not saying this position is winning for black, not at all, but it's perfectly playable. And of course, white is not forced to take the rook, but then all this queen f3 stuff would be nonsense. So b5 could happen and should happen, and it would be a very nice fight. Instead, black played a terrible strategical mistake because she opened all of these things, and she will have to move the knight away, and this is very risky now. And white suddenly the rook has a meaning. Instead of playing g4, it would be a nice decision, or bishop d3. Now white can play a knight e4 here. And if you take the pawn, then I go queen g3, and I have everything what I need in this opening. This is a big problem for black. Instead, Greta played queen h5, which is not that good, but also fine, creating some possibilities on the king side, but knight e4 would be a little bit better. Black played f5, and you need to take this pawn, I think. I mean, he takes f6 would be like my first choice and like the only choice, because the pawn blocks the king side. You don't want that, so I would take this one. Instead, Greta played knight d1, and this is something I don't like at all. I'm a little bit sad from this game, Lucia. How about you?
I mean, yeah, there could have been better decisions for both sides, but I mean, it's still going. It still can be pretty interesting. So I don't think we should be too pessimistic about this. I think we're still gonna see a fighting game. So I mean, hopefully we'll see a fighting game. And yeah, I mean, girls probably gonna figure something out, so we're gonna see it later on. But I mean, we have a request to take a look on board number 2 in the same category. I mean, girls under 18, so we can maybe do that now.
Yeah, okay. I just point out that probably Greta moved the knight away because this pawn is hanging. But please, please don't do that in this opening. This opening is designed for going forward. So you go forward in this opening, because when you start going backwards, then you will be steamrolled over on the queen side, and it's exactly what happened in the game. This is not something you want, so you need to go forward in this opening. And you could play e takes f6, which is wonderful move to play. I mean, this is a weakness, and everything's in white's camp is completely okay. So yeah, anyway, I move to the second board. Yeah, thank you, Lucia. Uh, this is a game between Anahit Muradian and Sofia Blochin. As you can see, black is a big rating favorite. Probably both of them 3 out of 3, so perfect tournament, especially for Anahit, who is rating underdog. And she played g3 lines against the Sicilian. That is quite solid. And now black has many possibilities. She chose bishop e7, which is completely fine. And now they usually do d6, right? As usual in the Sicilian, or short castle. But black decided to go for it immediately by playing knight e5, which actually I like. It's an interesting move. You want to go knight c4 or to g4, and I think you don't have to worry about bishop f4, because then I think d6 is completely possible. So yeah, I like knight e5. That's actually a nice move. We'll check it with the computer. Yeah, normal position, perfectly possible. But white should go f4, which is a computer move. It's something that a human would have problems to do, because after this, the main point is to go backwards and then trying to play b3 or e5. So temporarily, the bishop went to c1, but it will activate again. That would be the ideal choice. But white played queen e2 and rook ad1, which is quite normal. Knight c4, bishop c1, rook b8, a4, and bishop d7. Yeah, this game I like. It's an equal position to my eyes, and both girls did a great job, I think, so
Yeah, I
far.
just sorry, I just wanted to point out that the player Muradian that plays with white pieces, she is already gaining 100 points to her rating after 3 rounds. That's crazy. Like, I mean, she's having the tournament of her life, right? So far, so far. But I mean, that's crazy. What do you
Yeah,
think?
yeah. 100 points. Yeah, I also want to win 100 points in 3 rounds, but it's impossible for me. So I don't know the feeling. I can win only 10 points for one game, and I would have to win against Magnus. So, yeah, sad story. But this is a very nice game from both sides. I like it very much, especially the move knight e5. This is a challenging move, and I think I should accept it, the challenge. But also, this decision is quite normal. I like both colors here, especially I think taking the side here is a matter of choice. It's whether you want to play this position by white or with black. Matter of choice. F4 is another strong move. It can be seen that these players are in a good form. I like this very much because this is some sort of a threat. For example, if black decides to castle, then I think we may consider playing e5 with a very difficult uh, complications. The point is that you can't take it with the queen because the knight hangs. And if you take it with the knight, then I go bishop f4. And white has very nice pieces, all pieces in the game. Especially, I am happy that I already played rook d1. And this is critical, of course, but somehow I feel that white should have a good move here. But it's maybe not true. I will check, and it is true. My feelings didn't disappoint me, and apparently, according to the computer, after a crazy move, knight b3, which I don't understand at all, is an advantage for white 1 plus 8, which is quite high actually.
I mean,
But yeah, I can
the
feel that black.
idea of knight b3 may be taken on d6 and actually weakening the e5 knight. So I mean, it looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, and after knight c4, there is another sacrifice. Come on, that's gonna be interesting. And then what? Then check and queen f4. Oh my. I don't know why it shows that white is winning. No idea. Maybe there is no defense, right? After this, I just go here. And probably white is winning a piece back with an advantage. But this is very difficult position. Anyway, after f4, it shows that short castle is the best move. And after my move e5, it shows that black has to go knight e8 with approximately equal position. This is going to be a great fight. So we are
Yeah.
somewhat focusing on girls under 18 category, but I don't mind.
Well,
Nice.
we can move on to the next category. Actually, we can go to the open category as well, under 18, and check Richard's game, for example, because there's been a lot of development since we saw it for the last time.
Okay, I will go there. The first board is this one. Jahli Sokolovsky is the top seeded normal position, okay. But we will check Richard Stalmach. Okay, a lot of development. We left the game somewhere around here, and I was suggesting the move b5, which actually happened on the board quite quickly. I think black has no problems from the opening. a4, but this is a principled move. I like this. b4, but these guys are around my level, so I understand perfectly each move here. That's good. Rook a2, yeah, that's wonderful. I will explain. Uh, White is hoping to establish a bind in the center with these pawns, and black is forced to do something about it, because if white can develop all the pieces and then he will have a space advantage, then it would be good for white. On the other hand, for example, this pawn is disrupting white's development, and also this bishop is very strong. And that are the reasons behind the move rook a2, because white wants to stop the counterplay forever. He wants to play b3, and after the move Richard played, the h6 move, I'm quite surprised that b3 didn't happen, because that would be my top choice. And he wants to go with the rook on e2, and then to have both rooks on the e file that is hopefully going to open. We don't know that yet, but if black is going to play e6 and then takes on d5, we are going to take with the e pawn, and then our rooks would be wonderful on the e file. So this is a great move, at least to my eyes. And yeah, the computer shows black could play e5 immediately, and that would be also my choice. And then b3 with small edge to white, but this is completely normal. Of course, white can use the g5 square with some of his pieces, but it's not the end of the world, actually. Richard plays the King's Indian, so I think this pawn structure is completely okay for him. It's some sort of a King's Indian. And this, for example, would be too optimistic. Black just takes everything, and then the pawn is weak. So, yeah, normal position, but by playing h6, Richard surprised me a little bit. I don't like this move. White reacted by playing bishop f4, which also I don't like. Somehow I would go b3, as I told already. Because now the bishops attacked. And the idea of black was wonderful, to sacrifice the exchange on f3 and then play knight e5. Oh my god. Richard is going for it.
Yeah, I mean that's his style, so I cannot say I'm surprised.
That's true, yeah, that's true. Uh, Actually, I played a game against Richard something like, I don't know, few months ago. And I won that game, but it was not due to my wonderful play, but Richard sacrificed like here in this game, but it was not a good sacrifice. So the only thing I needed to do was take everything, and then then I won a game without doing anything extraordinary. So I hope it will not be the case, because I also know that Richard, um, he does not have a draw in his vocabulary. I mean, no all his games and in a draw, like zero games. So it's like this, yeah. Of course, black has nice compensation for an exchange, but it's a little bit too much for my taste. But yeah, okay. So I would take the queen. It's also a choice of the computer. And then I would go king f1, yeah. It would be also my choice. And the computer is saying that this move is good, and the evaluation of this position is tada 0-0-0. It's a complete draw.
What side would you prefer to play this for?
I don't know, honestly. I like material, so maybe I would pick white. But of course, I know that these pieces are completely stupid on a2 and b1. So I would hope that I would go b3 in the future and rook d2 and win an endgame. But yeah, of course, black would not allow this. So I don't know. It's a very risky strategy from black's point of view.
But I'm sure Risha is feeling really confident. So, I mean, this is his kind of
Yeah.
position. So, we're probably have to see a great match here. And I mean, we can move on to the next game, right? Because there's an interesting game on board number 8. It's David Hack, actually, from Czech Republic. And it looks like he's winning already after 20 moves. So we can maybe have a look at that.
Oh, that would be a big surprise. Okay, David Haag, he has a great tournament so far, but his opponent is a rating favorite, so that would be big surprise. Okay, anyway, Black played one of the main lines today that everybody is playing, but honestly, I don't get that because Black seems to be under pressure here. I don't know why black players are choosing this voluntarily over and over. For example, yesterday there was a nice game between David Navara and Jan Krzysztof Dudo, and White won a very nice in game from this position. So honestly, I don't get this. I was analyzing this line for from Black's point of view that okay, everybody is playing that, so maybe I will give it a try. But I was not able to understand why everybody is choosing this line because Black is under so much pressure. So anyway, White reacted normally. This is a normal line, and exactly this happened in a game of David Navara. And there are plenty of possibilities for both sides, but I think in that game, Queen f4, Queen c7, and Knight e5 happened, something like this. Then maybe Rook e7, but I don't remember it correctly. Then I guess g4, which looks like an attacking move, and it is, but in very shortly there was a queen's exchange in this position by and David won a very nice game. Anyway, Queen f6 happened in this game, and I think it's a pretty normal move. Rook e3 also pretty normal, but it takes some special character to place this position for black because you are really under big pressure. I mean, see these two pawns, it's wonderful.
Yeah, on the other hand, you can have a look at the time that David spent before Rook E3. He had 1 hour 35 minutes. So he was blitzing, absolutely blitzing the first 16 moves. So it feels like he's confident in this position.
Yeah, but I mean, even I know that this game was played yesterday, so I guess I guess these kids they followed they follow the super tournaments
Yeah,
better
it's
than me.
possible.
So it was not a problem for David to play this like it was David who played it yesterday. So anyway, Rook e3, yeah, maybe the first move out of book, but then e5 happened, and I mean, come on, this can't be good, no? Because black is opening the position, but only to white's favor. Logically, rook f3 happened, and I don't understand what black missed because this is like white played rook e3, and you allow him to play rook f3, and then you can't be surprised that this is terrible pressure. I don't understand what went wrong in Black's preparation, but it must have been something pretty big because with a rating of 2400, he's lost after the opening, and he played like one move on his own, and that was the e5, and the refutation is like the simplest one.
I mean,
So yeah,
if I recall correctly, Black or Vidlužny played a really long game yesterday, which actually ended up in a draw. So that might have been a factor, I would say. You know, imagine playing it for 5 hours or so. It definitely affects the next game. But yeah, obviously this is really a bad outcome for Black, as we can see.
Yeah, it may be the reason. Do you know how the game concluded? What was the result?
Yeah, draw.
Draw. Ah, okay. I didn't hear that. Okay, draw. Yeah, it could have some effect on Black. Maybe
We were
he was.
actually analyzing that game with Sergey, so I know pretty well what was happening. And I know we ended up the stream even before the game ended, so the game was really long.
It was even long for Sergey. Oh, come on.
Yeah, it was one of the last games, uh, online games we saw. So, I mean, I can imagine that he was pretty tired after that. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, maybe he was hoping that he will cover the f7 square somehow like this, but yeah, every strong player can feel that this is a strong pressure from white side, and there should be some tactics, and there actually is. White played rook takes f7, which is the simplest one of tactics, and by playing no difficult move, White got a winning position against a higher rated opponent, which is fascinating.
I mean, Black is obviously definitely feeling the pressure too because he spent almost 40 minutes on Rook F8, so he definitely knows that the game is going really bad for him. Yeah, I mean,
I
do
mean,
you
yeah,
think there's, yeah, sorry.
no, it's okay. I mean, the
Do you think,
position is lost anyway, so
yeah,
maybe he was cursing himself, for 40 minutes after Rook F3.
do you do that?
I don't know. But okay, the position after Rook E3 was pretty normal. It's something you get all the time from this opening. So you are under pressure, right? But you chose this opening. So Queen F4 probably is the move computer is suggesting, and it's a normal position. But E5 was the losing mistake. It was played in 15 minutes. Okay, so Black was thinking about this, but I don't know what he overlooked because Rook F3, Rook F8. Yeah. So, yeah, but it's a nice combination, of course, but it's not a difficult one in this under 18 category. So it was something like a gift uh, from Black, right? And it happens from time to time. They say that chess is not about luck, and I tend to disagree with that. Because of course you can create your own game in chess, and it depends on your moves. But sometimes your opponent plays such a bad game, and sometimes they play so well. And where is the difference? Just luck. Because here Black played very poorly, and his rating is 2,400. So I think White was lucky. But okay, we need to win this position, which shouldn't be too difficult because yeah, I mean, this is completely winning. Black pieces are so bad, and White is a pawn up, and the pawn is marching forward. So it should be easy. So we need to win this game, accept the gift, and be happy about it. Yeah.
Yeah, David is definitely not the only one who was lucky right from the beginning. I would like to point out actually the game on the board number 31 where Paseka Matias played black pieces and he already won. So the game is over already. And I mean, he got pretty lucky in the opening also. We can have a look at that if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, already the move bishop e3 is somewhat bad.
I wouldn't say bad, it's playable, but it's definitely not the best way to continue.
Yeah, because here you go bishop g5 in this line. Bishop c1 is, bishop e3, and bishop c1 is the continuation where black has the a6 move instead of knight c6. Maybe white goes confused somehow because now after queen b6 it's already something you don't want to have in a Sicilian. Yeah, you were right. Yeah, Matthias was somewhat lucky because now after e5, white played knight d5, and maybe he was thinking like he's creating a nice combination, but it's nonsense, right? White is winning an exchange, but the knight on a8 is trapped, so this variation can't be good for white. It's actually pretty bad. And yeah, all black needed to do was to play queen b6 in the opening and put pressure on white, and then following it with e5, which is quite logical. I need to point out that there is a mate on f2. That's the reason why this knight can't move. So yeah, then black probably went for the knight. He wanted to trap it, and yeah, probably instead of knight e5 there was something stronger, but it does not really matter because the position's winning for black completely. He has two pieces for the rook and equal number of pawns. This is just a matter of technique. White tried something on the queen side, but yeah, black just completed the development. Yeah, and white had seen enough, and now he even resigned in this position, which looks somewhat strange, but then you realize that the rook is under attack, and if the rook moves somewhere, then d4 is coming. Yeah, and it's just pretty bad. Or any other move, because black is winning anyway. But d4 is working. If you take, I just take, and after rook e4, I have bishop e5, and after f4, I can even go here because there is the pin on b6. Yeah. Okay, so Matthias won a game, which is nice for a Czech fans. So we can return to other Czech players.
Yeah, on the
Do you
other hand,
think?
I don't think the Czech fans will be really happy about the development of the game we looked at earlier. That's Barbora's game. And I mean, it hasn't looked too good, to be honest. You may see for yourself, but yeah, fortunately, the rook, as we discussed, is absolutely horrible on a6. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the
Evgen
initial
Gonciar,
thought was great, but the outcome is somewhat, I don't know, sad, I would say.
it's sad, yeah. Evgen Gonciar, in this position, he would say that this rook is going away from the board. The rook is so mad at the black's player that the rook is going away to play some other game. Yeah, this is just very sad. But it happens at this age. From time to time, you play a bad game and nothing serious is happening. But I must praise White's play in this game because it was quite logical. And she outplayed Barbora, sadly for Czech fans, because this is a nice move, bishop d4, and now e5 is hanging. Sorry, but the even worse is that our pieces have no cooperation at all. So yeah, this is completely winning position for white. I will just check it with a computer, and yes, it says plus 2.5. If we let the computer think for a longer time, then it would be winning. Okay. Maybe the miracle will happen, but so far it does not seem like that. So what's the next game, Lucia?
We can have a look at the category open under 14 at the games of uh, Piněk Václav and Delga Dalai.
Okay.
There's been some development, but yeah,
No,
I mean,
this
nothing
is finished.
crazy.
Okay. 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 So I will put there Delger Dalai. But it's your thing, Lucia. I can see that. I can see that. Do you see that?
Why? What? Oh, the time or?
Yeah, 20 minutes only.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, actually, White played exactly what computer suggested, p3, but it's a logical continuation. And the reaction of Black was quite normal. So I think this position is more than okay for Black. But there is the problem. It was actually a good game. It's a well played game, but after 13 moves, we have only 20 minutes. So this is gonna be a time pressure for whole game. He will even have problems to get to toilet. I mean, it's strange to say that, but during a chess game, I mean, for some hours, if you play for 5 hours, you need some time reserve. When I was very young, during our kids tournament, we were even allowed to stop the clocks so we can go to the toilet, but they don't do that anymore. It's not allowed. So, yeah. But
Yeah, I mean,
here,
it's all connected to the time management and the way you can decide where to spend how much time and how much time you're gonna need for the rest of the game. And as we see, Delgadella is actually pretty confident that he probably won't need any time, but I mean, 20 minutes, that's not a lot of time if we take into consideration that it's just 13 moves, so yeah.
yeah, he
Eh.
won an opening battle, I think. I mean, this position should be good for Black, but maybe it was better to place Bishop e7 first, and then only to decide whether we put the knight to c6 or d7. Because I think White reacted well. It should be good for Black, but I don't understand this move, Bishop e4. No, I don't know. I know it's very difficult to play. White played Bishop d2, and the computer is saying 0 0 0. So I don't know. But somewhat I'm missing the possibility to castle here, and the b5 pawn is a little bit weak. So I'm curious why something like knight c5 is not possible. But probably it's nothing. Yeah. If I take first, and then if I go knight c5, it's possible. The computer is saying that I played a good move. Okay, thank you very much. But yeah, Black can return, and actually, maybe that was the idea behind the move Bishop e4, because he wanted to prepare his knight c6 in the case of knight c5. And then if I take the pawn, then even Black can castle, and this position is quite okay because the bishop is very well placed here. So yeah, now I understand this move. But of course, I'm not forced to play knight c5, and in the game, White did bishop d2 instead. I think that's a good decision because now Black is under pressure. For example, after bishop e7, I take, play rook a1, and in the case of queen d5, I can consider bishop, knight c5 again, and after bishop c5, dc5. This is different because if you go knight c6, I have rook a8. That would be painful. So Black will have to go somewhere else. Probably knight c2 with a crazy position. A lot of complications. Also, this bishop is feeling insecure. So, okay. Yeah, but these are good players. Board number 5 under 14 category. They can easily have a level of international master. So, this is already a very difficult game for me. Yeah, but I'm worried for black. Already 17 minutes left.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see what's gonna happen. Hopefully, the Gadai is gonna deal with that. But I
Mm.
mean, really, 15 minutes or 17 minutes is not enough time. I mean,
He
the
need to speed up.
opponent
Yeah.
has 1 hour, so yeah, it's a huge difference. And I mean, it's definitely gonna be one of the factors of the way the game's gonna develop. We can move on to Finjak's game, right?
Yeah. Okay. But I know many players who play quite normally in the time pressure. I actually had one game recently where my opponent was in a time trouble, and I was thinking like, "Hey, okay, it's gonna be only a matter of time when I win the game," and I lost it because in the time trouble he started playing so well that I was not able to cope with that. Hopefully, it will be the case in this game, but generally or objectively, it's of course it's bad to be under time pressure. Oh, I found another idea behind bishop e4. Now I'm starting to like this move because in the future black can play c6 to cover this pawn, and he was able to get this bishop out. Because imagine playing c6 here, it would be also a possibility, but a pretty bad one because now the bishop is stuck on b7 and white has almost winning position now after knight e5. So yeah, that's why Dargadalai played bishop e4, but it took him a lot of time. Okay, we move to Finek. Oh my, what is that? The board exploded. Yeah, he got Alexandro out of book. He got Alexandro out of book, and it was enough for forcing him to make a mistake. Uh, when we were here last time, I showed very nice and deep move, a5. I didn't invent that by myself, sadly. It was a computer's choice. But instead, black played f5, and this is a big positional mistake. So it was probably a good idea for white to go into a into an in-game. Actually, I don't know the true level of Alexandro. He has rating of 2100. The true level can be higher, or I don't know. But players around 2200, 300, they usually like some positions and they don't like some positions. And if you are able to identify that during the preparation, it's a big advantage during a game. Because maybe Vashik knew that his opponent does not like in games, he does not like to defend. Then 95 would be a wonderful choice because you are forcing black to go into a good in game, but a little bit passive one. You need to defend for a while, and black was not able to do that. And f5 is a terrible positional mistake. I mean, how can you do that? Because you have no development, and of course there is tactics. Of course, there is knight f6 because the position does not allow you to play f5. You are in trouble. You have bad development. You need to defend calmly and cautiously. That's why computer is suggesting a5 with an advantage for black. After f5, white takes, and there is a tactics because you can't take the knight. After bishop f4, this position is just falling apart. It was a nice combination from Bashik, of course, and it was very nice to find this, but it was not difficult. Uh, we can feel that this is just bad. It's actually playable according to the computer, but if black was not able to defend this position, how is he going to defend that position? And okay, he didn't find the courage to take it. But after king f7, the position is very bad. So good news for the Czech fans. I think Vasik has every chance to win this game. He can even take on d5, which looks a little bit anti-positional, but only until you see the move e4, then it's all becoming clear. White has enormous pressure. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, then White is thinking in this position. They also have only 30 minutes left after 14 moves, but in this position it is understandable. It was a very difficult fight. White didn't play knight takes d5. Instead, he went knight e4, but it is also completely okay. It's a little bit worse move according to the computer, but the advantage is quite big anyway. Because look at black's pawn structure. Also, the king can find himself under pressure. Because we are in an end game, but still many pieces on board. So yeah, I think Vasik is in a good situation. This combination was nice, but actually quite easy for his caliber.
Okay, so we can move on to the next category, right?
Yeah, which
I
one?
would go for girls under 14 this time. Maybe check on
Girls.
Daniela.
Aha, okay, okay. No, no, no. This is under 18, right? This is different.
Under 14. Yeah, Daniela Kožušníková. We are looking at her.
Ah, okay, okay,
Game.
okay, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm here.
it
I'm
should
here.
be it should be board number 6.
I'm here. So this is girls under 18. I'm under 16 or under 14.
14. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Girls under 14. Mm-hmm. So what do we have on the board? Yeah, we don't have girls under 14 on the camera. We have boys under 14. Anyway, that was the position with isolated pawn. And I was saying that white has some pressure on the king side, and she went knight e2. Interesting move. And then the position exploded because black played c5, which is very interesting. And white decided to sacrifice the pawn by playing knight g3. I don't know what to think about this. I don't know. We can take the pawn, no?
I mean, yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. Turning on the computer. Yeah, we can take the pawn. But it's also playable for white. I would consider knight g3, but I wouldn't play it because I want to have the possibility of knight takes d4. But it makes some sense actually. Very interesting pawn sacrifice. I think she wants to go knight f5 and then take it with the queen and have two bishops. Nothing's too big is happening. White will have to return back. But also for black it's difficult to move forward with the pawn because the bishop will stand here forever. And I think white can develop normally by playing bishop d2, and white is just a pawn down. But she has some pressure on the king side, bishop pair, knight's looking good, some weaknesses around black's king. It's playable. Very interesting pawn sacrifice. But also for Daniela, this position is completely okay. I think you should just take the pawn and then defend. Why not? There is no better move anyway. At first, I thought we can trap White's queen. That would be very nice, but unfortunately, the knight's protecting the square. So yeah, yeah, okay, okay. Maybe now we can return to some category that we have on the camera. Let's yeah, it's either boys under 14, girls under 16, boys under 16, or girls under 18. The first board.
Well, we can go for girls under 16 because we didn't really talk about them, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So I will try to find that category. Oh, there is Chris Peglau on the first board. So I will put that for our viewers to see. Okay, here we are. Here we are, and we should have them on the camera. Charis Peglau and Alexandra Shvedova playing on the first board. And I do believe that Charis Peglau has some medal from the Rapid and Blitz section. Uh, she is from a famous German chess family. I don't know how many girls there play chess, but at least three, maybe
Yeah,
even
I played against many of them, so
yeah, everywhere, which is quite nice, of course. Such chess families.
yeah.
It's like yours. And do you train your sisters, Lucia?
Well, I have sister and brother, but
Uh
now
huh.
my brother is a coach of my sister, so
Ah, okay,
they
I
work
see.
together,
Uh
and
huh.
I'm more of a psychological support, I would say. And I help her choose dress for a game and what kind of hairstyle should she choose. So we have different roles in her development. So I mean, mine is definitely the most important one. Like the dress you choose is definitely gonna affect the game. So I mean, I take my role really seriously. But I mean, yeah, I don't think my brother would agree with me. So I hope he's not watching this. So
I know it's just completely different point of view, but I know that. I mean, when our Czech team is playing during the Olympiad somewhere near around Norway, then everybody wants to look great because there will be cameras and Magnus Carlsen and everything. And yeah, you take that seriously. For example, most men they do not care at all. They would play
yeah,
anything.
I mean, everybody can tell usually on the tournaments who cares about their their clothes and who doesn't. But yeah, I mean, I'm mostly joking, but really, I do not really work with my sister. This is the only way I can help her. I'll help her, I would say so.
Okay, she's something like 10 years old or something like that.
She's 8 so far. She's gonna turn
Eight,
9.
only eight.
Yeah,
Oh my.
she's
Okay,
uh she's same age as Barbara Tekalova. They're both born in 2015. So
but Barbara is playing under 10 category.
yeah,
So
because she's 9 already, but my
okay.
sister hasn't turned 9 yet. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Anyway, about chess now. This is it looks like an equal position, but then I realized that black is missing a pawn here. So that's bad news. White Alexandra Shvedova is the favorite in this game, and it's also on the board. Black is under pressure both on the board and also on the clock. And yeah, it does not look good for German fans. But yeah, I mean, it's just a pawn, and there is full-fledged fight ahead of us. But it's played only for two results, I think. Either White will win or it will be a draw if Black manages to hold it somehow. But it is true that the knight is somewhat shaky, and maybe it is possible to use that immediately by playing e5. disrupting white's pawn structure like this. And then maybe go knight d5. That's the reason why computer is suggesting intermediate check on e7, but that's too deep for a normal player. So after queen d3 that happened in the game, I think e5 would be my main choice. Somehow, at least I'm able to, yeah, to change the pawn structure in my favor. So yeah, sadly we don't have any Czech or Slovakian player here playing on the top board.
Well, actually, there's
But
one
I
on
see
the.
Olivia Sekova.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you. And also, there's interesting match on the board number 12, and that's Czechia against Slovakia. We can have a short look at that. Also, they have the same name, Slutka, so that's pretty interesting. Do you see it?
Okay, first I will check this game, board number 8. Um, because it was a Scotch opening, I like this one. And Olivia decided to play knight c3. Oh no, the first surprise was here because usually you go e5 in this kind of position. But she went queen e2, and I think black got confused somehow because I mean, yeah, you usually go queen e7 in this variation, but it's only after e5. why why you go queen e7 here? I mean, it makes no sense.
So
So
Black
I
actually
think black.
spent 20 minutes thinking about Queen e7, right?
No. I don't
Oh,
like queen e7 at all. I mean, this is nonsense, no? You play something like bishop b4 or bishop c5 here. But yeah, queen e2 is a serious variation if you want to avoid the heavy theory, because the heavy theory starts with e5, queen e7, queen e2, knight d5, and yeah. So if you want to avoid that, then queen e2 is actually quite nice possibility. Maybe I will try that in the future. But yeah, of course, white is not going to have an advantage here because e5 is the main line from the opening. But if black plays, but maybe that's not so bad. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, knight c3. Then maybe g6 now is playable because then you can develop the bishop here. Then it would make sense actually, and then even the move queen e7 would look quite normal. But you need to do that. Yeah, in the game, black played bishop b7, b3. Okay, strange. Long castle. I think this position was too difficult for the girls. Uh, very difficult position. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes an f5. Black is regaining the piece, and white reacted by playing queen e3 and queen takes a7. And now I think black didn't handle the pressure on her king, playing rook e6, allowing nice combination bishop takes e4 and f3. From a human's perspective, it's very annoying to have this queen on a7. For a computer, it doesn't matter. The computer is showing 000, but for a human, it's annoying. So I can fully understand that girls were making mistakes, and the last mistake was made by black, allowing bishop a6 on the board. So taking on f2 was, of course, pretty bad because the rook was protecting a6 square, and I mean nothing's too big is happening. Very interesting position, but when you take on f2, then after bishop a6, there is no defense. You can find that in uh, all basic books about tactics. Typical motive: queen a8 is threatened and there is no defense against us, and it happened. So Olivia won a very tough fight, full of mistakes in 22 moves, but yeah, it was an interesting game. So you say there is another on the board, number 12. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not that, I would say, crazy. This position is really, really calm. Nothing really is happening. But I was just, we were talking about the Czech and Slovak representation, and I was like thinking this is really a really beautiful example of how it may look like. Also have the same name, so it's kind of hilarious to see. Yeah. I mean, I
To
think they
Lucia.
know each other actually, so I would say so. Yeah.
To Lucia. They are playing against each other,
Yeah.
but taking it seriously. Let's say, yeah. You
Yeah.
can you
Hopefully.
can see that White is taking it seriously, putting the knight on d3, and it's a draw.
Well,
But it
now it's
can
a draw. Anything can happen. This is a girls' category, so I wouldn't be
anything.
so sure about it.
Okay. Let me briefly check the game of Richard Stalmach, and then we will make our second break. Okay?
Mhm.
I will try to find that. Okay, girls under 18, it will be also very interesting. We can return to that later. But here we have Richard Stalmach. But nothing's happened here because White really exchanged the queens logically after some time, and then he found the best move, king f1. Okay, kudos to Nikolaos, very well played. And now instead of knight takes f3, Richard played rook d3, which from human's point of view is quite normal. It looks even more logical than knight takes f3. So yeah, this can easily end in a draw actually. I know that Richard doesn't have that in his vocabulary, but after rook e1, rook d3, and rook e3, somehow I think that it's not possible to escape. I will turn on the computer, and yeah, it agrees with me. Okay, again, your commentator is not that stupid. It shows that this is a move repetition. White can play somehow for a win by playing a5 or king e2, but the position is around equal. So I think Nikolaos can consider rook e3 pretty seriously. If black wants to play for a win, it has a difficult task ahead of him because I think this would be a logical outcome. Okay, thank you, Lucia. We are going for the second break. Thank you all for watching. We will be back in 10 minutes. See you. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for watching us. Here is the round number 4 of European Youth Chess Championship. My name is Martin Petr. I'm here with Lucia Fizerova, our young Czech talent. And we are trying to analyze some interesting games from the championship because we have more than 200 games online. So we need to pick something. So if you have any tip, don't hesitate and write us. During the break, we were talking about two things. I will mention the first one about Richard Stalmach. You know him very well, right, Lucia?
Yeah, we know each other since we were like 5 years old, and we really grew up together with all the other boys from Fridek Mistek, who are also really talented. So yeah, we spend a lot of time together. So I know Risha pretty well, and I knew exactly what was gonna happen. So yeah, I can't say I'm surprised.
So I was talking that rook d3, rook e3, and rook d1 is a possible move repetition. I also knew that Richard does not like draws, but in this kind of situation, I was really thinking like, hey, okay, well, it was a nice exchange sacrifice, but it's not going anywhere, so let's make a draw. But no, Richard continues the fight and he took on e1. Come on. But where is the attack? I mean, you you don't have any pieces left. You need to
I
play
mean, I'm
bughouse.
sure Risha's gonna figure something out because I know him, as I said, pretty well. And this is exactly what he always does. So, I mean, he definitely thought about it and didn't seem to care. So, yeah, it feels like this is gonna be a long game.
Okay, now I get the the idea of Black. It's actually quite interesting. He wanted to take on b2, and then in the case of king d2, it would be it can be nicely demonstrated because now there is no defense against knight takes c4, only to sacrifice the exchange back. And this is a surprise for me that white really decided to sacrifice the exchange back, and then he played knight d2. Wonderful idea, because he wants to go knight b3 with a strong blockade on the queen side, attacking the c5 pawn. I don't know who is playing for a win now, but somehow I would also be, well, quite happy with black here because it could have been worse, I think. Okay, but I will check. Yeah, it could have been worse. Of course, white could play something like king c2 here. I know it looks ugly, but still it's an exchange. And when I go a5 here, well, I'm an exchange up. It's for one pawn, but for example, after knight e5, I have knight d2. And even if it looks dangerous, I have three pieces on the queen side. And I know black has some pawns, but they are supported only by two pieces. And especially when I have the king here, the king is pretty good defender. And I do believe in white's chances. The computer is supporting my claim. But luckily for Richard, white had seen enough and he sacrificed the exchange back. And I was not mistaken again. This does not look bad for black at all. Also, it looks reasonable for white that he may hold, but it's not a winning attempt. Come on. So, yeah, it's very difficult game. Richard pushed maybe a little bit over the edge, but white got scared. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Now, for me, it's easier. I'm not feeling the pressure. I can understand that why didn't like this. Maybe he underestimated the power of the move a5. Because let's imagine that it's black to move, then after a5, of course, this rook would be a disaster. But it's a big difference after a5. Now I have this square, and I am in exchange up, and I think white is playing for a win. On the other hand, in this position, Czech fans can be happy because white will blockade the b pawn. But on the other hand, after bishop d4, which will likely happen, or it happened, maybe it happened. Yeah, I got confused here. After bishop d4, f2 pawn is hanging, and okay, white can go here, and then he can go to b3, but nothing is hanging in black's position. c5 is defended, and white, I think he can't consider knight takes d4 because that would be a disaster in the pawns in game. Black has every hope to win the game, so it can be a draw, but black is pushing. So, good news. And the other thing you mentioned, Lucia, during the break, is that, and it's a good point, Israelis, they have two highest seeded players in both
In the
open
oldest categories, yeah.
cross section. Yeah, Israelis basically they can feel welcome in the Czech Republic, and maybe that's also the reason why so many of them came. And I'm happy, of course, about it because I'm also the chief of the Czech Chess Federation. So I'm happy about all the players who came to Prague, and there are a lot of them. So
Yeah, I mean, Israel's probably gonna want to win some medals. Definitely the golden ones are the ones they're gonna be most interested in, especially in the categories we talked about, the open under 18 and also the girls under 18. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting to see actually. Yeah.
mm, yeah, the rating of Black is pretty high, 2,500, and so far the tournament is good for him. But when I'm looking at this position, I don't feel that Black is playing for a win. Maybe he is, of course, but the knight can be pretty dangerous, and the only weakness in White's position is this pawn. But okay, it's a very difficult position. The computer is suggesting queen a8. trying to go somewhere around here, and the computer's claiming that black is okay, maybe even slightly more than okay, which actually a little bit a little surprise for me. I know that the bishop's strong. The bishop can go to e3, of course, but on the other hand, the white knight with the queen can create a dangerous tango. They taught me that knight and queen, they are dangerous, especially when they are attacking the king. So I can imagine many scenarios here, but it's probably around equal.
Well, I'm sure
Which
we shouldn't
game?
underestimate Sokolovsky, because yesterday his game was looked like it's gonna end up in a draw for a long time, and he actually managed to win the game in the end game after a long fight. It was actually again one of the longest games we saw that day. So I mean, yeah, I think this looks pretty equal so far, but I don't think that's the outcome that Black is going to want. So yeah, we'll see.
Hmm. Maybe another long game ahead of Yahali today. Uh, and we will check his compatriot from girls under 18 category. I will try to find that.
Yeah,
Eh,
there has been
yeah,
a huge development so far
yeah,
since
and
the last time we checked.
players are getting to a time travel. So yeah, we also have a lot of development uh, ahead of us. It was this game where, for some reason, the top seeded Noga Orion didn't take the pawn on e5, which is still a little bit puzzling for me. Instead, she went for this in game, which is still a little bit better, but nothing too critical. And this is interesting. Okay. Yeah, but I understand that now it's not. Or maybe I was completely stupid, no? No, I wasn't. Here, after king f1, it's not possible to take the pawn. I said that during the commentary, and it's okay. But actually, the move b5 somehow prepares bishop takes e5, and it's not possible to defend that pawn. Very interesting. But it's not the end of the world. White completed the development, played c4 anyway, and now she took on e5, and she took on c4, which is probably a good solution. Now the rook is misplaced, but again, Noga decided to play something that I don't understand at all. Maybe we have completely different styles, because now I wouldn't think for a second and I would go knight d4 immediately. And I don't know whether it's good or not. It is, according to the computer. But I need to be careful, I know, because after king f1 there is a threat. So computer suggesting a5 with a small edge for black. Yeah, a long fight ahead of us. But instead, she went rook b8, and yeah, even according to the computer, this is not something we want, but it does not spoil anything too big. I'm just curious why on earth she didn't play knight d4. I mean, I wouldn't even consider any other move. Very interesting. Instead, she went rook b8, and she decided to delay the move. Maybe she wanted to keep that for the future. Now she protected the d7 square, and we have a very interesting fight ahead of us. Black is up a pawn, but the piece coordination is not so good. Now she went knight d4. Okay. c5. Okay. e5. I understand. Yeah, white is under pressure. We can see that. E takes. Rook f4. King g3. Yeah, after all, I think better player prevailed in this opening.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Black's gonna win in a while, actually. Like, I don't see any way how to fight back with the white pieces. So, I mean, yeah. Do you have anything to say? Anything else to say to this game, or we can move on maybe to the next one?
Yeah, I think it
Because
will be a nice tournament for Nogaorian. I just wanted to point out that after G takes and G takes, there is a nice possibility for the other rook. And this is so-called four rook in game, where the king safety plays a huge role. And so far, it does not look good for white's king due to this rook g7. So I think in this position, black will win. Somehow in this phase, maybe rook b8 was a good decision after all. In this phase, she was able to outplay her opponent. So where do we move, Lucia?
I would go for board number 2 actually, because there has been some pretty interesting development since we saw it the last time. I mean, yeah, you can see for yourself. It's completely different position than we saw the last time. So
It was that Sicilian? Oh my. It exploded pretty quickly. So we left it somewhere around here, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I was praising both girls. I liked this game very much, and I'm still liking it. Somehow, I do believe that the move b5 in this position was too optimistic. I think black should castle. It can be bad, it can be good, but she should castle. b5 is a very optimistic move, and I think it was punished by knight b5, but the game is far from over. Very interesting fight ahead of us. White basically sacrificed a piece, but it was quite logical. I like it. Due to the attack of the queen, she was able to take the pawns on g7 and e6. So black can't castle, and although computer may say something else, I like white's attack. But yeah, black defended very well. Interesting. And now she took on c4, and it's the current situation on board. Okay. What do you think, Lucia? Do you have any
I mean,
idea what's going on?
sorry.
Do you have any idea what's going on here?
I mean, the attack or the open black king looks pretty scary, but I actually like the position for black. Like, I don't see anything specific
Yeah,
that would.
somehow I was not happy that our knight disappeared from the board.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty different to see it like in person and play the game and see it like this. But I mean, I like the game. I like the position from the black side a lot more. So
Maybe this b5 move was a pawn sacrifice after all. Very interesting fight. Kudos to both players because they play much better than their rating is suggesting. I mean, 1700 and 2000. No way, this is a wonderful game. White did a mistake somewhere, but honestly, I don't know where. This position, I agree with Lucia, looks bad for white, but I don't know where. where the mistake was made, honestly. Now we are in trouble because the knight's attacking the bishop and the rook, and that's the problem. Now bishop d4. Oh, it's another great idea. Wonderful. If black takes the rook, then I go here. Of course, you are not forced to take, but it's the most logical move. But after queen e5, there is the mate on g5. Wonderful. This is a wonderful fight. So probably black is going to take here with a check. So rook takes d4 is forced. And then we need to solve the issue of knight on c4.
And also the bishop is hanging. Just not to forget.
Yeah.
So probably you have to go knight b6, right? To cover both of these problems. I mean, there's an
But you
alternative.
don't want to, because after knight b6, I go queen
Oh,
e5.
okay.
But it
Or
continues.
maybe, or
It
maybe you can.
continues. It continues. Don't worry. Don't worry, be happy.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to play this position because it looks really tricky.
For both sides, yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful
Also with
fight.
the time, it's yeah. Kudos to those players because this is an awesome game.
So far, it's a game of the day. if we can create some category like this. Uh, but yeah, okay. I want to move to some other games.
Maybe we
For
can
example,
also check out the game of Kapelkova Greta because we talked about it earlier. And there has
mhm.
also
And
been some
where is
development.
the game?
It's board number 4 in the same category, so
Aha, okay, okay. Yeah, I will check, and then I look forward to the game of Washik because it may have ended, but okay, we will see. Now the games are changing very quickly. We experience the same time travel as players. Greta, she was better during the game, especially right after the opening. It was a dream opening for white in this kind of variation with b3. But then she played it too passively, and that's where we left the position. Okay, but she wanted to attack anyway. Great. So it was a good decision, I think. Somehow, yeah, black reacted very well, I think. So, yeah, h4. Okay, don't worry, be happy. Why? Why she played queen f3? Lucia, it's your turn to explain me the thought process behind queen f3.
oh, okay. Well, well, I wasn't there, so I cannot tell you to be honest. I mean,
But
I would go for bishop e4 probably and just stop
yeah,
caring
me
about the
too.
pawns at all and
Yeah,
just attack
yeah,
because otherwise white's position is not so good. With the pieces on the first rank, it's kind of hard to attack. I mean,
yeah, me too. I think that's the most logical move, of course.
maybe she was scared about losing the pawn on e5, but I don't think pawns are the most important factor of the position right now, so I wouldn't really care probably. I mean, I don't know, maybe she was trying to create the space for bishop to play maybe bishop h3 later on.
Ah, bishop h3 is the idea. Thank you. At least I know
I
it
mean,
has an idea.
maybe. I wasn't there, so
Yeah, of course I would go bishop e4. I agree. I think black would not take this pawn anyway because it opens this diagonal. It can be very risky. I just go queen h3 and wait for the next move. I don't know what
yeah.
the next move is. Okay, but this position is so complicated that even such crazy move like knight d3 is possible here. It's probably bad, but it just illustrates how complicated the position is. Um, anyway, this is just a fight in mutual time treble, but queen f3 I don't like. And black was able to exchange these bishops, which is of course good for black. And now she is trying to do something on the queen side, and it's looking pretty dangerous for white's king now. Yeah, I'm afraid that black outplayed our Slovakian colleague, and this is gonna end badly for white. Yeah. Okay. Now I move to Vashik, right?
Mhm.
Or maybe I check the Barbora's game. We haven't been here for a while, and oh my! Somehow Barbora was able to survive.
Wow.
I don't know whether I want to check the game. Maybe I don't want to. But somehow the rook miraculously appeared in function because now it supports this big pawn. I'm not saying this position is better for black because I mean there is a big back rank issue. For example, now it's white to move, and I can even make something like this, which is probably stupid because black will play queen d8 or something like this. But it just illustrates how difficult the position is. There are some tricks like this. And of course, there is knight g5, which would probably be my choice because I don't see a problem with this move. And it's surprising for me that this move is not on the board for many moves already. The position was like this, and knight g5 was screaming
Well,
all around.
f2 was hanging, so that might be the reason.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, anyway, now it's the time. And also for black, I think, okay, a3, I can understand a3, but maybe it was time to solve these problems. But yeah, it's very difficult to solve them. Yeah,
I
maybe the
mean, one
position.
one more thing you can notice is the time difference, which is getting pretty
Mhm.
huge, you know. I mean, 4 minutes isn't enough, I think, to
Yeah, it's not
create
enough
some
for this
really
position.
complicated ideas. So,
Well, it's a great fight under 10 category. So both girls can be proud. For whites, it's a little bit. It's a pity that she was not able to capitalize on her big advantage from the opening. Somehow, Barbara was able to survive, and now she has a plan. But still, it's a very risky position. Okay, come on, let's say, give me a move after knight g5 because I don't see any.
well, I would like to, but I don't think I see anything too good. Like, I don't know, you probably have to protect the f7 square, but it's still not enough, right? Because I mean, yeah, I don't
How?
know what I would play.
How? I have a move. I have a move, let's say. It's a surprising one. I will take with something on c5. Probably the bishop.
And after
No.
knight f7,
Yeah, you can play knight f7 anyway.
yeah.
Okay, knight e5 happened in the game. With the same idea, it's probably the same, right?
I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, this doesn't look good.
sadly, I got confused a little bit that the game is still going, but sadly for Czech fans, this doesn't look good. And even the piece sacrifice I was trying to suggest, because when you exchange queens, I have some hopes connected with the pawn. I can move forward and have some hopes, although it's still lost, I believe. But you don't exchange queens, you play knight f7. After king g8, we have this famous mate. We all know. And that's the problem. So after knight f7, I'm probably forced to take. And then my queen's hanging, the mate is threatening on e8, and that's a wrap up. So I can't take on c5, even though it's losing a piece. But what's confusing me is that computer sees some defense. No? Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
Difference between knight g5 and knight e5, or
Probably not. It both seems winning. The bishop's bet on a7. One move is missing because if the pawn is on a2, then a1 would be a nice possibility. But now, yeah, it wouldn't have been enough anyway because knight f7 is a very strong threat. Maybe knight e5 is even better because now I don't have h6. After knight g5, h6 was at least a possibility. Now I don't have that. So I think, Lucia, we have some time advantage here. But yeah, what for?
yeah, I mean, it's really sad, but that's what happens. It's chess, though.
Sometimes you lose a game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, we will go back to this, but let us check Richard Stalmach's game. Oh my, what is that? So, we arrived to this position I suggested, and I said that black is playing for a win. That's true, and white was trying to demonstrate a blockade because he has the knight and it blockades all these squares. But Richard was able to find a very interesting piece sacrifice. If you force me to say some evaluation right away, I would say it's good for black. I like this idea because how how you get into white's position, because if you move the bishop, then the knight returns and blocks the d4 square. So I think this is a very nice idea. And of course, white won a piece, but these two pawns are running fast. The other hand is also a very risky winning attempt. I mean, I don't know. How is Richard going to continue after king d2?
Well, probably king b3, right? What else should he do?
Yeah, Richard is really pushing it very hard. But maybe there was no other way to win this game and he badly wanted to win. So king d2 was logical, right? And after king b3, I don't know, maybe knight d3, but then c4. And after knight c5, he just goes king b2, and probably it's more than okay for black. Yeah, I don't see any good move for white. So knight d3 happened instead of king d2, which is probably more logical. It shuts down all these possibilities due to knight takes c5. So yeah, this was a better move by Nikolaos. Yeah, this was a better move. And now what about Czech fans? What are we going to do? Very interesting in the game.
Well,
Okay.
probably king d4 can be played, right? No. Or what
Well,
else do you want to do? And then b3 and c4.
Where? Sorry,
Oh,
the
I would
first.
start with king d4, probably.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay,
Then
yeah,
b3, c4. I don't see
I
any.
agree. And where is the difference between king d4 and b3? We don't know, right? Maybe there is no difference. I don't know. Who is playing forever, we'll say. Okay, Richard is playing forever. But
I'm sure
objectively,
he is.
who is better here? Black?
Oh,
But white can easily win this game.
really?
Hmm.
Okay. I don't know. I believe Richard that he sees something that I don't, you know.
You are okay with this position. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Well, he chose to go into this position, and I think he knows what he's doing, so I believe him. I don't know if the opponent does, but I do.
So king d2, b3. This is. Oh, it's not forced. There is also a possibility to play a5 here. We should not forget about that. But anyway, b3 is the most logical move. And now I was considering knight b2 and after c4, knight d1. Because when I block these pawns, I can win this game. Because then you will get into Zugzwang and then I will march forward as white. So this is tricky. I know you can play b2, but then I go king c2. So it was just a simple variation to illustrate that also black risks something. It's not such an easy sacrifice and easy victory. I would also probably play bishop takes f2. I like the idea, but it's also very risky. And it's impossible to calculate everything. So you just need to use your intuition, calculate as most variations as you can. But it's very difficult. Um, it can also backfire. After knight d3, king d4, I agree with you, Lucia, is the most logical move. And maybe then, after king d2, we can really consider this move a5 because it supports the b4 pawn, and I will leave it like this on the a4, b4, and then push c4 instead. Okay, very interesting fight. We will return here, but then let me check Vashik's game because our biggest medal hope played this uh, knight takes f6 move, and we left the game here saying that white has a very nice edge. So white completed the development here, and the bishop's on e5. Oh my, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, for improving quickly, bishop f3, king g6, rook a8. Come on, this is wonderful. Piece coordination. I mean, look at white pieces. This is so nice. Nicely done, Vashik. And now the final combination arrives. Bishop e4 is the threat. This was a wonderful game by Vashik. And bishop e4 and the rook h8 mate. Okay, come on. Vashik is in a very nice form. Okay, black helped in this game. This f5 was a terrible positional mistake. But anyway, this was a very nice, fine attacking game. And the mate on the board. That's what we like. Yeah.
You can also check out the game on board number 5.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Delger Dalai. Oh, he was able to survive.
Yeah.
He is in the time pressure, but his opponent is also in a time pressure. We left the game here, and then I think white made a mistake because this is not the moment you play knight c5. We analyzed motives like this in our analysis, but it was with rook takes a8. Now white was somewhat surprised by knight c2, I think, because that's the way how black survived. Winning a tempo on the rook and disturbing white's bishop. So by this small little trick, Delgardelai was able to transfer the knight on a very nice square on d4. And now again, black is okay, I think. At least I do believe, because at least he can have, every time he can take on f3 and play knight d5. That's exactly what happened, and now this is a strong threat. The pawn survived all of this. And this is good for the Czech fans, because Vašík Finěk won. He has 3.5 out of 4. And Delgardelai, he even can have 4 out of 4, which would be amazing.
Yeah, he would actually join Savinsky and Hog Havat uh, in the lead because they already have their results on. You can maybe have a look at those games, at least at the first one, because it was pretty interesting. It ended up in only 25 moves, so
Okay. Yeah, Pavel Sovinsky, he is already a very strong player from Poland, very big talent. I think he even has some Grandmaster norm, if I'm not mistaken. This opening, I don't know at all, so I will skip some new moves. Okay, white was out of book already, which is interesting. I think this is some sort of a theory. This position is around equal, I believe. White was the favorite here. It looks great. White has a bishop pair in open position. It looks like he has an attack on the king side, but this is a problem. White's king. And also, as you can see, black's position is without any weakness. So it may look good for white, but actually it's pretty dangerous position for both sides, and the computer shows it's equal. And even it shows slight edge for black after queen f3. So just to illustrate how dangerous the position is, black took a pawn. And now maybe it was time for g5, protecting the rook, stabilizing the position, trying to make a long castle in the future. So the opening went well for black, but then I do believe Pavel Sovinsky was able to show his superior skill. He left the king on e2, where it is hidden from black's attacks by all his pieces, and then he marched on the queen side, gaining space. And black was trying to open the position against white's king. Interesting. Bishop b5, okay. And now, yeah, now c takes d4 could happen, but instead rook c8 was a mistake. Yeah, the computer's showing that d5 was better. It's a very logical move, because then you will keep this rook out of play. Black was not able to play c takes d4. He should have done that earlier. And after d4, d4, d5, there are problems for black everywhere. So that would be great. Instead, white chose g5, but it was good anyway. I mean, black didn't handle this phase too well. He was under pressure, but these moves, they do not talk to each other. I mean, a5, c5, it looks pretty weird. And then he is a pawn up, but he got under serious pressure. So he was not able to withstand that. And it seems like on board one, we saw a very nice attacking game by Pavel Sovinsky. Of course, it was complicated, and computer is showing some question marks here, but it does not really matter. Black was under pressure all the time, and after bishop e3, he even resigned. But as we can see, it's lost. For example, after knight e5, there is queen takes and bishop c5, which is a game over. And This knight's hanging after rook c7. Yeah, this was terrible. I mean, there are many ways for victory. Black probably was not happy and he resigned immediately. I mean, everything's winning here. I do believe. Even I can take here. So, this was the game on the first board, and as you said, Lucia, Havard, the talent from Norway, under 14 category, has 4 out of 4. Playing this kind of opening, how black can win this position. Oh my, surprising for me. And also, this move is very surprising for me. How are you supposed to play chess like this? But interesting, interesting. White gave up a bishop pair voluntarily. Oh, now I do understand this. But what is surprising that White ignored this threat. Playing queen a4, he maybe forgot that this is possible anyway. Oh my. And that's why Black got into an in-game with a pawn up. Of course, White should take the bishop with slightly better position. After bishop takes h3, it's not possible to take because there are multiple threats against White's king. This is not looking good. And in the game, Black won a pawn and then he won the game. Okay, okay. I will check briefly Delgadai again because we are already here in the under 14 category. Yeah, but this is gonna be a long game. Black will push, I believe. He has a pawn on b5, but yeah, pieces are passive. This is also a weakness. I think it's in the drawing margin for white. It can be hold.
I
Okay,
think it's
let's see.
time to get back to girls under 18 because there's a result already on the board number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the Israeli Orean Noga already won her game, as we expected. And also, there's been some big development in the game on the board number 2, so we can maybe have a quick look at that too.
Okay. Uh, okay, so here Noga Orian won. We left the game around here, but it was not that interesting. In few moves, the rook g7 came as I anticipated, and the king is weak. Black was able to activate her own king, and this is completely lost. And here, as we expected, Greta was already under big pressure on the c file, and Maria, she was able to find the winning continuation, just continuing normally, a4, a3. Oh, this is so bad. And losing a piece because the bishop can't go anywhere. There is queen c1 or queen c2, winning the game. Okay, so this was under 18 category we had on our camera. So the main favorite of this category, Nogaurian, won her 4th game already.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Israel really wants their gold medals. So,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I will check our Barunka, but yeah, our Barunka. Uh, there were some chances, especially around here. I mean, these moves with the rook, they were not good, and it was necessary to go queen f6. in the game we saw this position after knight e5, and this is already lost. Varunga was able to find a g6 move, which was actually quite good, and white should play knight f7 anyway, uh, because after king g7 there is queen d4, inviting black's king forward, and rook e7 is a mating attack. Somewhat this give black some small chance, but it's lost anyway. You have to sacrifice the piece on c5 and to have a losing in game instead. Barbara played rook d8. Oh, and that's a nice combination in the end. If black takes the rook, then queen d4, king g8, knight h6, and queen f6 mate. Instead, after king g7, queen g8 is a mate. So, bad news for Czech fans, but a very complicated, very nice game. And yeah, in the end, white prevailed. So hopefully Barbara will recover from this. Still 3 out of 4. It's a very fine result so far. So let's see tomorrow, and then there is a rest day on 27th. So mm, possibility to recover her strength.
Maybe now we can go back to Risha's game because
Mhm.
again many moves happened since we last saw it. So
Okay. So we left the game here. And what was our conclusion, Lucia? I don't remember.
well, I said I believe Risha, and that I do not understand the position, but I believe he sees something. I mean, yeah, but it still looks pretty drawish to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I tried to prove something for white, but I don't know if I were successful or not. I do not remember. But anyway, Risha played a move that even didn't cross my mind at all. Queen, King c3, allowing white to take the pawn on c5. What's happening? I don't know. The computer will tell us after the game. b3, well, that's a huge fight. But I am afraid that Risha overlooked this e5 move, because that's a wonderful move. Very hard to find, at least to my eye. The idea is that we freed the square for the knight. So after b2, there is this possibility, and we lured black's king to b1, which is a square far away, and then we march forward with our king. And this is a bad news for black. So now the situation is critical. As I told you, Lucia, this is very double-edged position. So Richard was able to find a very strangely looking move, a5, which, well, if you place move like this, then it's clear that something went wrong. But yeah, Richard, he has a great fighting spirit. And it's a question whether white can win this position somehow. Because if you take right away, then the king is not on b1 but on b3, and it's a big difference. I take this pawn, and after king c4, I have probably winning position for black. You are not in time. I go somewhere, you take, and I march forward, and it's a win for black. So it's a very
And
tricky
can
position.
I ask you, can you show the line again, please? Which you just showed?
Okay. So king d3, da.
Yeah. I mean, can you just play king c3, maybe?
Here?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah, you can. You can try to keep me here, but you will not succeed because I go a4. And now you would be happy to make a pass and don't play any move, but you are not allowed to do that in chess.
Yeah.
And you will have to allow me go somewhere, and black will win the game. We don't want that, so black can also win the game. But of course, white is not going to take now. And he played king d1, and I'm worried for Richard now. Very worried.
I mean, also the time is pretty like Richard doesn't have any time at all almost, so yeah, he has to move really quickly in order to somehow survive, I would say. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, I suggest we stay here because the in-game is very interesting, and we will see a move each 30 seconds. So, so that's a time where we can at least orient somehow in this position. So, King b4 happened. I expected that move because b2 is losing. I think I go knight e4, and then what's your move? It's not easy. I just block the pawn, and then you can decide. You, of course, can play something like king takes and somewhere around here, but it takes a lot of time. And in the meantime, I will go king takes b2 and knight c4, and I don't believe black is in time. So that's the reason. Okay, black can also play king b3 here, but I go here and I catch the pawn. And if you take on a4, you can of course do that, but I catch the pawn anyway, and I do believe that it's winning for white due to this possibility. So I expected king b4, but to be honest, I am very worried for black here. The knight is a monster in such an endgame. I just give check here, or I can even take. No, well, not so easy. Eh? King a3 here. This is amazing. Chess is such a difficult game.
Yeah, maybe in the meantime we can just check out the results in the category under 16 because uh the outcome is pretty interesting because now we don't have anyone in the lead who would have 4 points because for first four boards ended up with a draw result. So no one has 4 points anymore.
You mean boys under 16?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 that's possible. It was a quick draw, right? The first board.
Well, on the first board, but there was 8 boys who had three out of 3 points, and all of them drew their games. So no one has
So
four
the
points
first
now.
board was right to make a quick draw.
Yeah,
Yeah. The others lost more energy.
yeah.
Just briefly check the game of Delgate Delay. It's gonna be a long fight, but it improved for our Czech fans. So it seems like we will have a nice day in under 14 category. Daniela, I don't know. She maybe is still playing, but it shows
No,
that
she doesn't. I have a result already that she lost.
she
Her
lost.
result,
Okay.
yeah,
So because the transmission broke, somehow she lost an exchange. Oh, it's changing. Oh, and it's mate. Yeah. Daniela was mated sadly, but okay, the tournament was great for her, and she has a lot of time to recover. In this category, Vera Vujovic is playing on the first board against Lala Huseinova. I may see the game for a bit. Vera Vujovic, she's already a very strong player, 2,175. in this girls category. She has some pressure as black, but it's gonna be a long game. And the last thing we checked, it was the game of Lucia Rybáčková. Also on the first board there is Chris Peglau. They are still playing. Black is under pressure, but it's the same like we checked before. White's a pawn up. Black is trying to do something on the king side, and our game Lucia Rybáčková against Lucia Tomčianová ended in some sort of a peaceful draw. Yeah, the derby, the local fight between Slovakia and Czech Republic ended in a cautious draw. So now we can return to Risha's game because I am very curious to see what's happening there, and nothing happened.
Well,
White is already
actually, Risha
for
has more time than White, which is kind of surprising.
yeah. White was not able to calculate
Yeah,
everything. He wanted to take this pawn so badly that he tried to, I don't know, to rationalize, to find a winning line for 5 minutes, but he did not succeed, which is a good news for Czech fans because knight d3 check happened, and Risha was able to take the pawn. On the other hand, still I would pick white here if I would have to choose one color, because it seems that white is going to block these two pawns by king c1, and then I will have knight against two pawns. Knights can be tricky, but yeah, very difficult position. I mean, this is a wonderful trick, king a3. If here there is no way for white to win the game, it's really amazing how how difficult chess can be, because it seems like white's winning, but there is no way to stop the pawn, and it's due to a very strangely looking move, king a3. But honestly, I also don't see a way for white. I will just briefly check with the computer now. And yeah, the position is winning for black. And after king b4, it shows that knight d3 that happened in the game is objectively a draw. Come on. What a fight. Wonderful. Instead of king c1, white went king d2, which honestly I don't like that much, but the idea is king c3, yeah, so maybe it's even better than king c1. King c3 is a nice idea. I think I would lose this game with black and also with white. With both colors. I would, I would play for win with both colors, and then I would lose the game, I think.
hopefully that's not gonna be the case for Risha.
Yeah, but now I can understand the computer's evaluation. It's really heading for a draw, because now there are no tricks. The pawns are stopped, and the only hope for black is to get here with the king. But the maximum you can get out of it is a draw. For example, I can play something like f4 here. And the knight will jump somewhere. No, but there is already a move. Okay, I will briefly check the first board because it was also interesting. But yeah, this is gonna be a draw. Black had some pressure when we last checked the game, but now he is a pawn up, but in some kind of a very drawish in game. The knight is stronger than the bishop on one wing, so this is gonna be a draw. So actually, Richard is trying to get to 4 out of 4, which would be and he would be the only player to get 4 out of 4. Maybe on the board number 5. I don't know. But anyway, f4, the move I suggested, is on the board. It's pretty logical from the human's point of view. And now it's up to Richard to find a way how to draw the game, which can be a little bit unpleasant for him.
Actually, if Richard won, he would be the only one, because on board number 5, the player who won had 2.5 points. So
Yeah. This is wonderful fight, yeah. We can say that Richard tried tried very badly to win this game, but in a very complicated situation, White was able to stop these pawns. And now Black actually took on f4, which is like something like admitting that he is fighting for a draw. He wants to go King d5 here, which, yeah, it's a draw. You can claim it a draw.
we can also see that another Czech player is still playing, and that's Hrbek Stepan on board number 12. And already the result is there. Stepan has won.
And
So
David
that,
Haag won his game. That's one we checked where he was
yeah,
winning, so he won that game. And also Stepan Hrbek won that game. That's a very nice day for Czech fans, really.
yeah. Also, Joachim Šmolík won. So
Oh,
it looks like this category is doing pretty well. Also, Matyáš Paseka, as we checked. One Czech player is still playing, and that's Bokniak Timotej. So we can maybe check that out. It's the board number 32.
okay, no
Actually, one of
problem.
the last boards. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is gonna be a long game because it's complicated in game. Black has 2 pawns for an exchange, but yeah, I think Black is playing for a win, but actually he is the underdog here because Timofey has a big rating advantage. I don't know what's happening here. I would pick Black actually, but probably it's just a draw here. Yeah. Okay, Lucia. I will put there the Richard's game. Maybe we will go for a last short break, let's say 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will see how this game concludes. And also, we will do a little wrap up for today. Okay, so thank you all for watching us. See you in a 5-10 minutes. Bye. Welcome to the last part of our commentary of the round number 4 of European Youth Chess Championship. I'm here with Lucia Fizerova, and we are going to show you some interesting in games to see how this round went, because most of the games have finished, and some of them are still running. We ended our last part with a game of Richard Stalmach. It already ended, and it ended with a draw. So finally, a draw for Richard. The result that's not so frequent in his game, but I just wanted to say that all this was actually very well played from both sides. The piece sacrifice was risky, but according to the computer, it was still 0-0-0. So it was a very well played game. And when we left the position here after king c5, white tried a small little trick, but black uh, didn't. Uh, well, he didn't make any mistake. Just simple king c6, waiting for white to take on e6, and then king d5. It's a simple draw because king is marching towards the king side, and there is no cure against these two pawns. So the game is a simple draw. Maybe I will show you some line like this. White won a pawn, but it's a simple draw. Even if black is not able to take this pawn, it would be a draw anyway. And we can check the game on the first board that is still running. But honestly, I don't know why it's still running, because it seems like a simple draw for both sides. So I don't know who is playing for a win. Maybe black, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, at least based on the yesterday's game, that's pretty possible, I would say. He's probably hoping for the same outcome as yesterday, so.
Yesterday it was also a draw.
But it looked like it's gonna be a draw, but he actually ended up winning the game. So maybe that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, like I cannot imagine any scenario here. How black can win this game is beyond me. But yeah, maybe everything's possible in chess, because you see, I just wait with the king here and I wait till the game is drawish. Well, I don't know. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Let's move for other positions
Maybe we can
because
check out the girls under 18, the second board, because we were discussing it quite a lot. And there's actually a result already, and it's a draw, which is quite surprising after everything that happened. So we can maybe take a quick look at that.
aha, okay. I sadly I closed the window, so I will go there again. So it's girls under 18, right?
Hmm.
Girls
Board
under
number two.
18. Board number 2. And it ended with a draw. How
Hmm.
is that even possible?
Well,
Oh my
at
god, it was
least, yeah, based on what the computer says, many mistakes happened. But
there
it,
was a Blunderfest.
yeah, but it's quite like, and I understand they had really little time, so I mean it's understandable, right?
Yeah, of course. So I'm here. I'm here. Thank you for the tip, because we left it around here, and indeed it was winning for black here. But black didn't handle the next move, because according to the computer, bishop e6 was correct. Anyway, she played queen e3, which also was the move I calculated, but then I realized it's just an exchange. Okay, the king's weak, so black has some attacking prospects with two rooks, but yeah, it could have been better. But white actually made a mistake right after that. to be honest, I'm surprised that the rook was not taken because this in game. I mean, when you are worse, just make your life easier when it's possible. Because now I think this in game is just a simple draw. I don't know. I just put my king on e3 and bishop on e2 and I wait for a draw. Anyway, rook e7 is also okay, but it's somewhat depressing because now rook e2 would be the correct move, and I could exchange the rooks earlier. So, for some reason, white didn't want to exchange rooks in this position, which was, of course, a mistake because now the rook is very passive. And yeah, the position is very complicated, so the computer is showing some big mistakes for both players. Finally, white decided that exchanging the rooks is a good idea. But of course, in this position, black didn't want to. And black has very strong pressure. So here, she could continue by playing rook b3 or something like that. And it would be very difficult for white to hold this game. Objectively impossible. But instead, sadly for black, in a mutual time trouble, she calculated the pawns in game badly. It's a tricky situation. This looks good for black, but not as good as it could have been, and the position is a draw. Surprising decision by Sofia Blochin to take on f1 in this position and make a draw in a pawns in game. Something must have gone very wrongly. Maybe she was hoping to go king f3 here, but then she realized that after g4 there is a g5 threat, so you have to take. But then, I mean, come on, it's a second board girls under 18 European Championship, so you don't play this position. It's a draw. Uh, it was a long day, but I do believe I am correct. Anyway, it was a draw after rook takes f1. Yeah. Computer agrees with me. So this was the critical mistake. Rook takes f1. So, what's the conclusion? Anahit attacked very fiercely. Then she got into a lost in game and she survived it. Yeah. Big fight.
Yeah, I mean this game was crazy. That's the only way I would describe it. Like so, so many things happen. Like wow,
Oh,
just might
there
be
were a few
really
mistakes.
tired after this game.
Yeah, luckily they are going for dinner and it should be okay. I go back to the first board, which we analyzed before. It's a game between Alexandra Shvedova and Chris Peglau. It's long in game, 70 moves already. And Black is still trying to hold in this situation, but I think she will not survive. After a few moves, I expect her resignation. I think in this game, the more experienced and stronger player wins. White, from my point of view, only needs a rook b6, and that's it, basically. Maybe black will have some counterplay against the g3 pawn, but it's gonna be too slow, I think. But yeah, in mutual time trouble, anything can happen. So yeah, maybe we stay here for a while. Rook b6 on the board. Now, of course, you cannot exchange the rooks, so I expect black going back to a8. Yeah, on the board. And now there's a tricky question. How can we exploit our advantage? Yeah. Any ideas, Lucia? What would you do in this position?
And firstly, I would play a6 probably. I would start with that. Or maybe I would go for rook f6, if that makes any sense. Not letting
Yeah,
the
yeah, I like your second suggestion more because a6 is possible, but the pawn is not going forward anytime soon, so I
yeah.
would keep this option. And I have a third suggestion. I would play a rook g6 here, and I think it's the move that would force a resignation. Because
Okay. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah.
and after king f5, there is a rook f6, king e4, rook f4. It's still a game actually. Black can play king d5 and it continues because after rook takes g4 there's knight e4 check. So it's still a game, but somehow I don't believe that it's possible to hold this for black. In the game, rook f6 happened, Lucia. Your move.
Yeah, I'm a girl,
You,
so probably
you
that might be
won
the
a,
reason.
you won a contest by guessing the move. And rook c8 was the response. Yeah, why not? I mean, uh, the black is dying anyway, so she can do anything. I would go king b4 now, probably. Well, that will be enough. Let's try something more interesting. That's a game of uh, our big talent, Delger Delay by Aliakvan.
Oh, and we
We
already have a result, right?
yeah. We left the game somewhere around here, and I expected that to be a long game, but luckily for Czech fans, White was not able to withstand the pressure of the game, and he made a terrible mistake. Queen b3, allowing Delegate Delay to play a very nice trick of knight f4. It's a fine move because now White's pawn structure is ruined and it's a terrible position. Now Black won another pawn. White was trying to attack somehow, but this is another fine move. Now White's king is in a cage, and the only thing that remains is to get the queen to the king. And now, of course, White could exchange the queens, and it would be the best move objectively, but the rook in game is hopelessly lost. So instead, he decided to gamble by queen a4, but of course, after queen f5, the White's king gonna be mated. After queen h4, White resigned. It's not going to be a mate, but queen takes a4. Also, it was possible to play queen rook f5, of course. But anyway, the game's winning. So our big talent moves to 4 out of 4. Yes.
Yeah. Well, let me check, but I think so.
Yeah, but there are four players with 4 out of 4. Amazing. So he will play against some of the top guys here in this section.
Yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah, we already checked this game of Pavel Sovinsky, the main favorite, together with our Vasik Vinek. He won his game. Also on the second board, one of the favorites, Felix Antonio Ilinka, won his game. So yeah, so far under 14, we see many wins by rating favorites, and four players are on 4 out of 4. Compare that to the boys under 16, where nobody has 4 out of 4. So
Yeah.
this is a big difference in the results. It can be fighting spirit, but it can be just just a coincidence. So of course, the game of Chris Peglau is still on, but after rook f6, rook c8, king b4 really happened. Rook b8, now king c5. King is marching forward. I would also consider knight b6 here, but it's unnecessary. I don't want to give up this pawn. So king c5 happened. Now king d3, trying to have at least one small threat, but knight d6, king b6. And now I expect resignation. It was very nice technique by Alexandra Shvedova, and she will lead the category with 4 out of 4. This is the girls under 14, right?
You were talking about Shvedova, that's under 16.
Under 16?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the girls on the camera. So maybe if our director can put there, it should be camera number 4. No, camera number 4. The girls are still playing. Oh, it's 7:10 p.m. and they are still fighting, but in a lost position for black. But anyway, the game's on. Under this kind of time pressure after a long game, anything can happen. So I don't blame black that she did not resign yet. I mean, it's still a game. So now white will need to decide whether protect the e5 pawn or whether it's time to sacrifice it. I don't know, honestly. I will go rook g6 or rook f5. Yeah. I would go rook g6 because I don't want to let black knight to go to e6. And if black takes here, I go intermediate check. And then I take the knight, and then I play a6, and then it's all over. No more tricks for black, I believe, in this position. After rook f5 that happened in the game, black can try knight e6. It's already on the board, but I think it will not help her. Still 2 pawns down, and this pawn's running. Yeah. But still, yeah. I can a6, yeah. Now I can play rook b8 check. You know, there are still some tricks. But yeah, it's move 77, so it was a long game, big fight. It's coming to an end, I believe. Yeah, we should see that on the camera when black resigns this. After a6, I think it's time to admit that Alexandra was better today. At least she was a rating favorite anyway, and with white pieces. But yeah, rook b8 on the board, still kicking. Now the knight's playing its role. That's why I didn't want to allow that, because now I can't go king c7. I have to go king c6, yeah. But it doesn't really matter. King c6 is enough. Yeah, no, I don't see any move. So maybe I can check other game in this category. Under 16 is board number 6 against Sofia Moskalets, a Ukrainian player, and Narmin Abdinova. I believe that Narmin is the rating favorite of all this section, is the top seeded player. She made a draw during the tournament already, and this one looks like her second draw, which is probably a disappointment for her. But I don't see this one to be winning for black anytime soon. I think it's just a simple draw, of course. Narmin will try, and it will be a very long game, I think, because the last move g5 was played on the move number 68. So I'm expecting this game to go till the move 118. And Lucia, I believe we will not be here, right?
Well, hopefully. That would be a long stream.
No, I mean this is a draw, but of course she will try. And yeah, for Magnus Carlsen is famous for winning such kind of games, but um, I I don't think even Magnus would win this position against Sofia Moskalets. I don't know, but this is a complete draw from my point of view. No, this is just draw because it's just 2-1, and Black has a weakness on h7, so no chance, I think. Anyway, let's go back to the first round. It's still running, still running. Soft. Alexandra Shvedova is still trying to win the game against Charis Peglau, but oh my, this is gonna be end, no? I go. Oh, it's still not. Oh yeah, it's still not the end. King c6 on the board. Still kicking. Amazing resourcefulness. But now the threat of rook f4 is very strong. Still kicking. We will return to this game later. I just wanted to check. Oh, this is the category under 18. There is still a game on board number 5. We also have girls under 18 on the camera. And this will be another long, long fight because Black is going to try to win a rook and a bishop against the rook. And this is actually possible to win this in a game. It's difficult to defend, but also
Especially
difficult.
with this time, look at the white's time. She has no time at all.
Yeah, yeah, it will be difficult. Yeah, it's possible to lose this position. Objectively, it's a draw. The rook can handle it. It can defend against and a bishop, but there are stalemate tricks and textbook defenses, and it's not easy. And it's gonna be a long game. But if Black gets into winning position, then sometimes it's not easy to win it. But yeah, it's gonna be a long game, and it's the last game on the top boards, girls under 18 category. I would rate the chances of Black winning this like something like 50%. And amazingly, Chris Pedlow is still playing. Amazing defense. She's blocking the rook f4 move. Alexandra, she played something like rook h5, and I think that was not planned at all. Strangely looking move. I mean, Black is still kicking. It's amazing. Amazing resourcefulness. Now I think White wants to go knight f5 with some knight e7 tricks. Of course, the position is completely winning, but the game's still on. And if we return to the top category, boys under 18, it's still a draw. And I don't think Yahli will win today because this one is a complete draw. I mean, he may be a little bit depressed that he didn't win this game, but okay, come on, he was Black against a very strong player, so I think it's time to admit that it's just gonna be a draw. Admit to himself and also the opponent. I would be very surprised if this is going to end differently. But yeah, I can imagine some scenario like Black King marching forward. Because the thing is that if White goes King h4, trying to get to g5, there is always Bishop d8 check. So in a variation like this, there is no King h4 because of Bishop d8. So I can imagine some scenarios that Black King will try to go something like this, but it's still a draw because this pawn is protected and there is no force how we can force White to leave square like g2. But Black created some sort of strategy. I think he wants to lure white into some active play, and then maybe shut the king somehow and lure white into some activity that will backfire. But it's a draw anyway, and white went king g3. So yeah, this is not interesting.
Maybe we can check out one game in the category open under 14. The bird number 17 is still going, so yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. I will put there Chris Peglau because I'm waiting for her resignation. That's not happening. So you mean open section under 14?
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
the last running game, if I'm correct. Yeah, bird number 17.
Last running game.
I mean, in this category online.
Hmm? Yeah. Under 14. I will go there. But this is the board number. This is the board
17.
number 10. It's still running, but it's queen against knight. So.
Oh, no, I was talking about board number 17. So.
Aha. Okay. Oh yeah. It's still running. Um, Colin Federer. Oh, it's just a tennis name. But Colin is pushing today. But this, I don't see. Well, I think there are some hopes for White to win this game. That's true. But I think they are not that big. Well, I don't know. But there are some mating ideas. Because the king's weak. Yeah, there are some tricks. I can imagine scenarios like king d4. Oh, sorry. King d4 and king c5 in the future. If we are able to get here with the king, then it can get interesting. But it's gonna be very difficult. But it's the only way. White needs to go king d4. So I'm expecting him to go there, trying to win this game. Oh, he is there. Hmm? Truth is, now it's pretty difficult for black to defend. Bishop's hanging, king d4's coming. I'm starting to like white a lot. Very difficult to hold this. Maybe he can go queen c8, and then after king d4 to hold this line of defense. But I think black will start running out of moves, and always white can return to queen c5. That may be queen c7 or something. Yeah, somehow I believe that we can return to this game because it's gonna be interesting pretty soon. I see a wonderful defensive idea. I will show you, Lucia, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Queen a8.
Wow.
It was not played. Maybe it's not working, I don't know. But after queen takes d7, my idea is to play here and try to deliver perpetual check. Because king d4 is not possible due to queen takes b4. So you have to go back somewhere, but the queen is pretty strong in such situations. I believe that I will be able to check you forever. Maybe not, I don't know, but it's gonna be a very difficult very difficult way how white can avoid all my checks. I don't know, honestly.
Well, maybe
Hmm?
King
Yeah,
D1 can be played, right? After.
King D1. Yeah, yeah, possible.
And after Queen B3, just Bishop C2.
Yeah, yeah, but I will go here.
Yeah, okay, so maybe I cannot escape. I was hoping I can, but
Maybe you can. Maybe you can try King E1 now. If I go back, you go King F1 and you escaped.
you can play Queen G1. Oh,
Yeah, and
then
if King G1,
Bishop F1 comes. Yeah, okay.
and there is Bishop F1. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you escape. Maybe that's the reason why Black played Queen C8. But now I believe it's very difficult. It's lost, I think. He played King H8, and it looks very sad now. But the question is how we can get into Black's position. Because after Queen B6, there is still Queen E8 defending the pawn. And we can continue by King C5 and then King D6. And maybe that is correct. To put the king here and after Queen E8, just make some move like F4.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is gonna be a long game. So I don't think we're gonna be here for the end either.
Well, we will see. Yeah, we will see. Queen E7 happened. King G8 happened. And white is trying to push here. Oh, he played F3. Okay, interesting. Okay, just briefly check all the games that are left. Oh, and Yahli made a draw. He realized that today is not a day and he ended his game already. It's
There's
moved.
also, yeah, sorry.
Yeah?
There's also a
No, no.
result on the first board in the girls under 16 category. Peglau already gave up the position, so
Yeah, yeah. So boys under 18 finished. It's move number 95. So it was another long game for Yanni, but today it was a draw. And Peglau, Karis Peglau, finally resigned. Okay, we'll see the last few moves. White went king d6, pushing another pawn here. Rook g5. And now after rook f5, she decided to sacrifice after all. And knight c7 is enough, because after rook d8, king e7, it's a lost position. The pawn is moving forward, but it's important to keep also this pawn. So finally, Alexandra was able to crack the defense, but it was not an easy task. Karis Peglau put a great resistance. And the rook in game is still going on, but it's still a draw. At least black got some small chances because the pawn is hanging, but it cannot be taken due to rook h1. So I expect king g4 soon, and then yeah, it will take a long time till the move number 118, but I believe it's gonna be a draw. So I close this also, and the rook and the bishop against the rook is, I believe, already in a very bad territory for white, because that's what you don't wanna to have with white. The bishop is very strong here, and this is exactly the position that's already very risky for white, but maybe it's holdable. The king on d2 was a very strong move, because when you end up with the king on a first rank, the rook h2, for example, when now would be a black to move, and I thought it's black to move, then rook h2 would lead to a winning position. But white king was able to escape somehow, and now the king's running away. So it may be still a draw, but it's already risky territory. The bishop is very strong. And yeah, you were right, Lucia. This is still going on. Biden is still trying to get some progress. And yeah, somehow I do believe that this position is already winning, but I will check the computer. And yeah, it is something like plus 1.7, but very difficult to crack black's defense. Computer is suggesting the move f4, which apparently leads to white's victory, but it's not gonna be easy. And we have move number 92 on the board, number 17, boys under 14 category, where two our talents, Dalai Bajarjachlan and Finek Václav, are playing, and they won both of their games today. And this is still running, but I think in the end white will prevail, because this is very difficult to hold. Anyway, Lucia, it was a wonderful day today for the Czech talents. So, what do you think about today? Something you remember?
I mean, from what I saw, everyone had really interesting games, but especially the category open under 18 had the best results. You know, many boys won their games, so that's great, of course. For example, David Haag, Mateusz Paseka, Joachim Schmorik, also Richard played great game. So I mean, yeah, that's probably the best message for for us to watch them tomorrow, because a lot of them are gonna be in front. Yeah,
Yeah, Barunka Tikalova unfortunately lost her game in under 10 category. But we saw so many nice combinations and nice games. And for example, here in this category, the game of Pavel Sovinsky made a huge impression on me. This move, trying to put the pressure on black in this kind of position with a king on e2, it was very nice, and black didn't withstand the pressure. So I think in this category, 4 players has 4 out of 4, and it would be my main choice for tomorrow, when Lucia will be here with Alojz Jankovic, a famous grandmaster from Croatia, who has his own TV show. So how do you look forward to it?
I'm excited, pretty nervous. I have to admit. But we'll see. It's gonna be interesting experience. So
Yeah, hopefully you will handle it, and maybe Alojz will want to check some Croatian talents, or something from his region. So there will be other games analyzed today. So it will be interesting. So I invite everybody for tomorrow's commentary. It starts also at 3 p.m. And I thank you all for watching our today's broadcast with Lucia. For me, it's a wrap up. Alojz will comment all the remaining rounds. So I hope that he will enjoy it as I enjoyed my commentary with you, Lucia. Thank you for joining